Okay. Julio, welcome back. To I think it's day 3. Time zones don't exist anymore. Anyways, I'm here with my lovely co-caster, Zoe.
Yes, you are. Hello, hello. Okay,
Alrighty.
we are back,
Okay.
guys, for the third place match. You saw the last 2 days, the semifinals happened, and sadly, we saw Sakura, or BFG Sakura, lose to Team ASAP, and Vivid Obsidian V2 lose to Kit Bash. But here is their chance to gain third place and gain a bigger cut of our money of our prize pool, which we'll go ahead and go now take a look at. And once again, they are fighting for a prize pool of $400 and $1,100 in Berserk vouchers. And in case you didn't notice any, because I feel like it's kind of your style too, you know, Berserk is Australia's largest alternative online store. They have an amazing range of clothing, cosmetics, shoes, makeup, and just a bunch of pop culture clothing that's kind of cool. Like I said, it matches your style. It also matches my sister's style. So I'll probably, like, if I do use their Black Friday code that I just saw recently, then I'll be able to order some stuff for her there. Anything else that you... Exactly.
You're not wrong.
I know. Exactly. See, I was right. And so... Now, like I said, we're going to see Sakura versus Vivid Obsidian. And we were talking predictions before the stream started, and I'm personally rooting for Team Sakura here. But who are you rooting for, Sunny, do you think?
I want to say Sakura as well. I have faith in them. I actually did not see the first.
Yeah. So you're rooting for the unknown?
Playing. So I'm rooting for the unknown, definitely. And I can't wait to see how they play.
Yes,
So
and
excited.
we did have some substitutes for both teams here. And so we're going to actually go into the team that we're both rooting for, their team breakdown first for Team Sakura. Which, like we said, we're seeing some new players here for the team. We see the return of Psyche, Fluorescent, and Glitz, but we have now Artwolf and Castle here. What do you think they're going to do with the loss of these agents?
It looks dominantly like info to like the breakdown here, and I'm hoping that the information that they're able to get is going to give them the upper hand, because these agents aren't really that aggressive. Play them shouldn't really be that aggressive, but you know what, we'll see. I mean, just casting for just today and just yesterday, everyone surprised me.
I completely agree. And we saw the loss of Anna for the team of Sakura, and it looks like Artwolf might be filling in for that initiator role that we saw Anna previously playing. As for Castle, they're filling for Lux, who played Raze and Killjoy. They played Killjoy on Ascent, which is going to be interesting to kind of see here. My guess is that they'll fill probably, like, obviously their top agent is Sage, and then a follow-up being Viper. So my guess is they'll fill with the Sage, but it'll be interesting to see later on when we get to those map picks. And now we're going to go ahead and swap over to Vivid, who also has a substitute on their end.
Oh my goodness!
And because of those subs, I know now it was so nice. There were so many like different players yesterday, but now it's like all chamber.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely gonna be interested to see which chamber main comes out on top, just because I mean 3 chamber mains, like, I mean, definitely interesting to see which. I mean, I also kind of want to see like the different ways you can play chamber put in another agent.
I do want to point out here, though, that the person that they subbed out was Glitch, who was mainly their controller, which was Astra and Vipers, who they played in the semis. But we're seeing, like, Dawn. Dawn was an initiator for them. They liked playing Sova. That was their favorite agent. So I'm wondering if Dawn is going to kind of switch over to fill the initiator, or sorry, not the initiator, fill that controller role, because Kiwi, who's subbing in today, is mainly a Reyna and a Chamber player.
It seems like, especially with Reyna and chamber mains, they're typically, I wouldn't say selfish, but not really,
Hard to be a
not
team
really
player.
team players. But that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, I can completely understand how that works, and we'll see if they're able to be a team player right now. Because when you do that well. You know, they have the leers to make it possible. But like you said, most of their stuff like is fueled by them getting kills on their own. And with that, and with our predictions for some agent selects, we're gonna go ahead and move into map vetoes. Cindy, what do you take of this pool that we're about to see?
I honestly, I'm kind of excited to see some Ascent because, I mean, both, I mean, I love this map, first of all, and the
Me too.
plays with certain agents you could definitely do a
Killjoy!
lot with. I love my girl.
Killjoy is
I love
my
her so
favorite
much.
agent, and this is her map. You know,
It is her playground for sure. I don't know how I feel about Breeze too much though. It feels like a really really open map, and it's gonna be really hard if I mean, smokes are kind of a
Yeah, and I think so. This was Vivid's pick, as you can see, and I think Vivid picked Breeze just to hit Sakura hard because Sakura just lost. It was their second map 2-0 against ASAP, and they lost 13-6. So they're definitely going to be challenging Sakura here to change the tide and figure out what they've done. But what I'm interested in is that last pick of Haven, because we haven't seen this for either team in the whole tournament so far.
It's definitely interesting. I don't think any teams like Haven just because of the 3 sites.
This is true, but if they have good enough communication, even with their new substitute players, anyone can do anything here on Haven.
Definitely, it definitely should be interesting. I'm kind of hoping that we see some Haven today, but then again, it all comes down to the players.
And with that, and those players, we are heading into Agent Select for our first map on Ascent.
I am very curious. We see almost immediately this Astra over here.
And Astra's an interesting pick. I feel like the controllers that are common for this map are either like Brim or, you know, Omen. We have Vivid again memeing us with their hovering of the duelist, but we can analyze Team Sakura, who's completely locked in, no?
Oh my god, we got Killjoy! Sylvie, we got Killjoy!
I know, I'm so excited. And I was talking about that because Castle has, like, they were subbed in today, and they usually play, like, Sage and Viper. And so I feel like as somebody who plays Sage and, like, Killjoy, it's not that, like, they do play more reserved, and they play, like, as a team player here. So that's good to see. Psycho, we saw pop off on Breeze as Jet, so I'm not going to be surprised that I hope that I get to see some, you know, super dashes here on Ascent.
I hate the super dashes. Oh my god. Anyways.
And yeah, and I do want to point out that we see Glitz once again playing Astra here. And I was gonna say they're filling in pretty well as like I think this is a very like well balanced team comp. Double initiator, they got their controller. I'm interested to see if Yubi goes with this Harbor pick.
It's very honestly.
There it is.
Harbor on Ascent. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I don't like it either, which is why they swapped to Omen.
I mean, I've seen a couple Harbor players game did not go over too well. For them, not me.
Yes. And we're seeing mirror initiators here. We're seeing a different type of controller. We're seeing the same duelist. So it's definitely going to be a battle of the initiators and the duelists, I think, for this game to see who takes it. Because, I personally, you know, Chamber isn't, like... I think Chamber, even though he has a trip, is a very selfish Sentinel to me. Versus, Killjoy is a very team player. You know, Astra is a very team player, controller as well. Versus Omen, you can kind of lurk. You can use those TPs to be more aggressive and be more selfish, especially his ultimate, as an agent. And it'll be interesting to see how they use it on Ascent.
I'm definitely interested, especially in seeing how these Sentinels play and seeing how these Sentinels differ, because we only have 2 Sentinels in this game, and usually for Ascent, because of how you're able to like flank and kind of rotate so easily, I feel like this team attacking is they're gonna definitely rely on Castle like a little bit too much just because of the Killjoy setups and all that.
And that's stuff. Where I'm going to argue that Killjoy is better, because that alarm bot, that turret, you can pull it back, and with a little bit of a cooldown, it's back in action after you rotate over. You might not be able to place it as far back as you typically are in your initial site hit, but you can at least place it main, you can at least place it at the entrance to site, so that it has a use, unlike Chamber's trip, who might be on the other side of the map where you originally were going to hit and then changed your mind.
Yeah, I don't really like this Chamber pick, but at the same time, I mean... whatever floats your boat, bro. Like, I don't like Chamber, but if you're good with him, go for it. Like, honestly. Yeah.
And something else to point out is that neither team has heals. So once that damage done, it's done. There's no getting it back here.
Yeah. And we have like no heals whatsoever on this team. Which is interesting. It's not needed to have heals on a team, but it is definitely really, really helpful to have those on a team.
And as we wait to load in, another thing we can look at is we haven't seen Kiwi play in this tournament yet, but they might give Psycho a run for their money on Jet, so I'll be keeping an eye over there. And other than that, like, both of these teams did very well in the quarterfinals on Ascent, so this could be anybody's first map here. I don't know.
Oh, you go. I'm nervous. I don't know.
I'm nervous too. I think we're gonna have a tech pause here because it looks like we have a DC from Kiwi. But I do want to talk about how I think we have to see Sakura win this map, because if they don't, they're gonna have to fight it out on Breeze, which they've already lost. So I don't necessarily think it's like a done deal if they don't win this map, but it definitely is gonna be like a morale hit. They're playing on a map that they've already lost on in the tournament, and what put them down in this third place bracket. So we'll go ahead and see how it plays out, but that's my current viewpoint on how essential this map is for Sakura.
I kind of want to talk about more about this map just a tad bit, just because I feel like when you're on defense, it's a little easier to, not easier, but just to hold a site. But I don't know about B, because B's kind of like all smushed. And like you really have to be careful, because you got mid to worry about, you got defender spawn to worry about, and then there's bow and logs and all this stuff, and oh my goodness,
and that's where
team bonding.
No, it's not team bonding. It's a ritual. They want Kiwi to respawn here because they've defected and they're waiting. We can't see the ritual right now because we're back to a little map preview, but they're trying to summon Kiwi, their duelist, back into this game because they're gonna be an essential player here. And I do want to point out, like you said, they need a mid player here, and I think either that initiator like KO, who's being played by Aspera and Fluorescent, will be the way to go, or with their controller picks. Like if they had chosen Brim here, like Brim has a certain range to their smokes, versus, you know, Omen and Astra can smoke anywhere on the map, so them being that mid player is usually pretty good, because then they can just like freely help teams on both sites. I know whenever I play on like Bind or Haven, I do that a lot. I'll be playing from like Garage, and like I said, this is gonna go either way, and they're very similar team comps. Like I said, like we know yesterday, since we both casted, that it was a battle of the double controller versus the double initiator, but both teams here have opted for that double initiator.
Yeah, I feel like both teams kind of have not an advantage over each other, but they definitely have equal opportunities, especially with their controller pick. Because Omen, like you said, Omen and Astra do have that range, whereas Viper and Brim not so much. So I feel like they're the most ideal pick, especially on this map.
And as we move into this first round, we're gonna see knives out of both KOs here to try and get information on this A hit. So they're kind of both like lurking now, pushing down Catwalk, and it looks like Aspera's gonna be the first point of contact here, as we see Fluorescent and Psycho kind of getting ready to go into tree. I don't know if Fluorescent has any flashes, but I see they have a classic, so I'm guessing they have that full util. They also have now Glitz pulling that smoke to kind of give them that pressure that they need through tree, but it's Kiwi on side that gets the pick here on Glitz, taking their smokes out of the equation. Aspera's not able to find any spraying through the smoke here, but we're going to go ahead and see now it's a 4v2 situation, but we do have Yubi on half health here, as we're trying to find Artwolf, who's now stuck on the button here, and they do have the spike though. However, the door is going to get broken here. Artwolf is going to get presence detected from that knife, but it's Fluorescent now with two more, bringing this back to a 2v2 situation where both Fluorescent and Yubi are at half health. So we've seen anybody's game as Yubi finds Fluorescent. It's now a 2v1 situation. They're trying to get the spike planted, and they kind of sandwich them, and it's Yubi swinging out confidently for the 3K.
Absolutely, that's actually really, really impressive. I thought that honestly, I thought that Sakura would have had that just because of that Astra smoke definitely pushing Vivid, not really letting them get through that door, and it turns out that just Vivid is just simply, they work better together. Their team participation is definitely up there. I have high hopes. Hopefully, I mean, we'll see. Honestly, we'll see the kill feed as we get deeper into this game.
Yeah, we have Fluorescent looking over towards that A side, maybe trying to fake a hit here using that knife on tree, while the rest of the team is kind of hanging out tiles and B main here. We see Glitz kind of going mid, but it's getting smoked out by Yubi. and we're kind of just like playing things slow. There was that Ares kind of sprang through the wall towards B main from Sova, obviously, and we're just kind of waiting here to see, holding that cross in case there's any aggression on the side of Vivid. And we just have that dart now mid to clear that out as they're making their way across mid towards that tree positioning.
They're waiting for some sort of information because they have nothing to go off.
Yeah, so Vivid gets some of that information here as Aspera jiggle peeks and finds Artwolf with that gun advantage with that spike getting dropped and retrieved by Glitz, who's now deciding to go back towards B, but they're going to be met by Alana here in mid, who finds one. Psycho trying to get the trade, but is dropped to 38 HP. Vivid Alana is low here, though, and retreats into Pizza, where Dawn is waiting to reinforce and hold that cross. They are going to get traded out. They have the timing here, though. Dawn could be facing B main, and they could get a gun. But Spike is down mid with nobody there to collect it yet, and it's Alana who's going to be able to get Psycho, and Aspera gets Fluorescent from Tree. And now they're just swarming the Spike, where it's a flawless after Dawn finds Castle B main.
That buy-up that Vivid had definitely gave them the advantage over Sakura there. It's because Sakura, they're definitely saving to buy rifles for this round, for this third round. And I was noticing a little bit of a pattern for the first two rounds, and I'm hoping that pattern is going to change. I noticed that they were just kind of waiting, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with a little wait, just to like gather that information and have the enemy team waste some util, but that could definitely go wrong for them.
I do feel like this team comp is a little sided, like for the defense on the side of Sakura. So I think as long as they just get a couple rounds here, it'll be okay. But either way, Psyche is gonna duck into that Omen smoke to barely avoid the Sova dart from Dawn on the side of Vivid here, and they're kind of just like lurking up mid and B main, waiting again for just see if it gets over aggressive, which we aren't seeing anywhere. They're kind of holding the positioning very well here. Psyche again trying to be that team maker, trying to get some mid pressure going. We'll see what they're able to do off of that Ash smoke from Glitz, but it was a recall. We do see a flash come out, pop flash there, but it flashes their own. They destroy that chamber, rip, and we're trying to get a Marshall shot through the smoke, but it doesn't quite hit through spawn. And they've now used that smoke, but there's two players in boat, and I don't think they're going to expect two. We do have Psycho get hit by the Sova dart before being able to break it. We have Dawn and Alana both stacked up. One gets taken out, but now Alana is forced to rendezvous out towards CT from boat after Dawn falls, and now it's gonna be a 4v5 situation now. 5v3 now, 5v2, and just like that, Glitz is popping off here on stairs, falls back for the reload. Kiwi trying to spam through the smoke, but it's Yubi who connects on Psyche, bringing this to a 4v2 situation. Kiwi exits out of Glitz's smoke, but gets mowed down by Castle. Yubi with 2 now, and switches to the Ghost since they're low on HP, low on ammo. Dinks Artwolf, who decides to fall back because we have Castle here and Glitz in lane to go ahead and get their to save the day and get that finish off the round.
That was an enjoyable round to watch because Sakura, they were able to just storm up mid, able to take that clear, just a little bit of everything, a little bit of pizza, and to push through. This Sakura could definitely win if they keep playing like this, for sure. Just like making sure like no one peeks alone. If someone needs a trade, they get traded. It's all in all, it's very much a team game.
Yeah, that was played very well. We saw Glitz obviously smoke deep mid that blocked Kiwi's view with the Marshall, and then it was Psyche who capitalized on that, destroyed the chamber trip, and just kind of took over mid-market. But it's Castle over mid getting that early pick before getting traded out by Alana. And here on this entry to A side, it's Psyche making space, able to take out both of those Heaven individuals. And obviously now it's going to be a 2v2, but now 4v2 situation as Glitz is able to get the res on Fluorescent. We have Dom with the Odin trying to spam through this. They are going to look to get that drone action going so they can get a further wallbang. But we're going to see a drain trade. That's a lot of words to say from Artwolf. And they are going to go ahead and with that spam. And they're not quite getting Psyche, but they do drop them down to very low HP before having to reload. And we do see Alana kind of getting stalled by that Asher smoke from Glitz. And Alana is going to peek out Heaven first, try and clear these angles. I think they can see the gun barrel from Psyche. And we're going to see the dart come out from them here. And it's just going to kind of fall to Alana, who gets taken out by Glitz with the 2K to end that round.
I was so sure that Vivid was going to have that round just because they were able to have the advantage of just being up Heaven But it turns out that Sakura, they're just simply built different. That's honestly, that's very interesting. And just their eco, I'm just keeping an eye on their eco just a tad bit. Sakura is able to full buy. If they do die, if they do end up losing this round, they're able to buy next round. But for Vivid, that's just simply not.
Yeah, I'm usually against a lurking KJ as a KJ player unless I'm just that down bad. But there we saw Castle able to cut off those rotates and take out some early information by finding Aspera early on in that round, which kind of just opened it up for them to rotate over to that A site without them knowing like where they were headed.
It's mostly any of in.
And we do see Fluorescent being the one to push up mid this time over Psyche, who's now playing kind of an aggressive position on a main. What's interesting here is that we do see both Kiwi and Aspera pushed up, holding that aggressive position. Might even be pushing up further A main towards Psyche as they're making their way towards Tree. And if they don't realize and clear out A main, this could be a disaster here. They do spot Yubi, I think, in Tree as they're getting smoked out by Glitz, and they're going to go into that smoke and discover they're still there. Psyche able to take out Kiwi, but I don't know if they know that we also have Fluorescent, but somehow Fluorescent's able to find Aspera as well, and they're going to have a clear A site in this now 5v3 situation. They do have the Omen ult from UB online along with that Tour de Force from Alana, and it's going to be a hard retake here, especially because they know that one of them is kind of their out cat with Castle being there. We have the Tour de Force holding, and they get the trade, but Castle, not before Castle is able to find UB, and now they're going to go ahead and try and break that door here. But we do have to worry about our member up Heaven, Artwolf. You are divided!
That Astra ultimate's gonna...
Tour de Force gone from that knife. And it's Psyche on button. They're able to get the spray transfer between Alana and Dante. They now put them in the lead for the first time in the series.
I think it was a little bit of a gremlin, but honestly, if it works, then I just suppose it works. What I noticed at the beginning of last round is that Sakura tried to go for that mid push, and they weren't really able to get up there. They weren't able to get that much information, anything at all. So they probably just backed up just because they couldn't get enough, and maybe they had better luck A, obviously.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be a collective B hit here with Psycho leading the way. They have the knife that kind of forces, but doesn't find Dawn here. And that dart is going to come through along with that lockdown now. And it confirmed that there are a bunch of members here. After playing for mid-market, we see Alana on the rotate. And what's sad about this ultimate, it doesn't CT. And as we saw, Kiwi's able to find Glitch on the flank. And Dawn's able to spray through two in that smoke. And now all of a sudden it's a 5v2 situation with Fluorescent alone on site and the spike trapped B main. Fluorescent, I don't think they realize it is on site though. They are going to spot Alana's barrel of the gun. They're going to try and swing out, and they're able to find Dawn before falling back, but they know that they're separated still. We've seen them trying to find Alana here, but forced to fall back towards lane. But now they're running out of time. As you can see on the flank is Kiwi and Yubi now pushing together to try and clear out Artwolf, who I think they realize doesn't have the spike on site yet. But it's Alana from CT able to drop the spike down, and it's Aspera who finishes off Fluorescent.
Interesting that KJ ultimate, which essentially just screwed her team over just a tad bit, just because that KJ ult can't really get back to the, what's it called, like the defender's spawn.
Yeah,
like
that's
that
CT entrance.
there. That's definitely a little harder to get, and I feel like just this team, just Vivid, were able to fall back and just work around it. But it was definitely, it was a try.
Yeah, I wish we had seen, like, I wish we had seen something more than an after smoke there, like maybe a Sova shock dart or like a KO grenade, so that they couldn't swing out of CT like they were doing to enable them to spray through UB's smoke that was there, and I think that would have definitely changed the outcome of the round. But here, they're kind of traumatized by that B site and making their way down A main. We have another lurk again coming out of Castle over mid, looking for, they're looking for, sorry, Kiwi over here mid. They also have to deal with, had to deal with Aspera, but now it's on this A side that most of the action's happening. It's a 3v2 situation, but we do see that both those individuals mid are low. Castle should have had both of them, honestly, but now instead are just enabling this team to hopefully get the clutch here. It's like Glitz pushing up to aggressive Heaven, but he gets hit by that knife, trying to spray through the smoke, and with the spray transfer, they're able to get all three. Glitz with the 4K to bring them back from the grave on that round.
That was beautiful. That was actually, my mouth literally dropped because of how shocked I was. Honestly, that was amazing. With 2 players low on the enemy team and you're able to spray like that, that was absolutely amazing. I'll give them the spray. I'll give that. That was absolutely
even though Glitz had the limelight there, had that spotlight, I do want to point out that Castle with that lurk is the one that got those 2 players that low, and it was like a 1v2 on that mid peak. And even though they fell, like they set that up really well for Glitz once they were to push up Heaven in that aggressive positioning, which was amazing and very well played given they were down a player. We are seeing at Castle again with that very similar lurk, but they're gonna have to deal with some aggression from Alana and Alana and Dawn, who are pushing up B main, decided to fall back now, as the rest of the team just kind of hanging out here, top mid, kind of opting to go cat towards tree, and we're gonna see what this confrontation holds.
They're backing. Honestly, it's nice to see them backing up.
Yeah,
they know that they're there, they're just waiting.
And they're on that econ round too, you know?
They are, yeah.
But it's Kiwi with the Blade Storm to try and hold down this side before getting taken out by Psycho, and now it is a 3v2 situation. But we do see that Asper's quite low after getting some headshots with that Sheriff off, and Alana's now on the rotate to try and reinforce. It looks like they are just trying to get another pick for maybe this eco round. We do have obviously 2 ultimates as like insurance policies for Psycho and Artemis if they need to use it, but ultimately it's gonna be Alana with this Phantom to see if they can do anything.
Just waiting. That's actually a really good play, waiting for post plant.
They're gonna have Artemis with her.
Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, they did not want to gamble in this 3v2 situation, so they just decided to invest that Hunter's Fury.
That, honestly, I was expecting that Hunter's Fury to be used for post-plant, and that Astra Star right underneath. That was beautiful, just being able to just shoot the recon and initiating that, I don't know what the actual name, I just call it like an Astra Suck at this point.
I think it's a gravity well is what it's called?
I think it's a gravity well, it's probably a gravity well. Using that gravity well and being able to just, I feel like anyone with anyone with like mollies or anything is a dangerous combo with Astra.
Yeah, we just see Alana trying to get aggressive with that operator here. A main isn't able to find the shot and is forced to rendezvous out after playing off after playing off of Aspra's kind of knife there. And they've opted to now peek mid, which is an interesting gamble considering they know there's an operator and don't know where that rendezvous was placed for Alana, who's now, you can see, repositioning towards tree to hold the cross on tiles. Does whiff on Castle here, so now that they know that there are presence tiles and mid, we are going to see Glitz go ahead and take the smoke here, which is to force out that operator and give Psyche some positioning here to push up maybe a little bit. But they know the op's there, they can hear it reloading. So they're just kind of holding here as the rest of the team's kind of trying to make their way to decide between mid and this A site. We are seeing Fluorescent try to destroy the knife from Aspera, but fails to do so. And now they know that there is some mid presence, so they opt to close that door. And it decides after that that they are going to go A when Glitz takes out Kiwi. And we have Psyche with the lurk trying to take out this operator. And it looks like they are going to have the timing possibly. They have the dash active. They just barely miss Alana, but they know that they're there. And I'm hoping that nobody's in heaven here. They miss their shot, but through the wallbang, they find one. Looking for 2 with Asp for their CT. And is able to find one. Castle finds one of their own over on Yubi, holding down that A site from heaven. And now it is a 5v1 situation, and it does look like Dawn's just looking to save this gun since they're all the way boat on this B site.
That would be a fair thing to do, especially because they're so low. Their eco is like the person with the most money is 300 creds, and that's a little dangerous. It looks like Blitz is literally going hunting. Oh my goodness.
As they should. They want that padded KDA 10-3.
Honestly, if Glitz can get this kill, then okay.
And the flawless. Their econ got padded instead of Dawn trying to save that gun for their own.
We are gonna have a quick little tech pause, and this is gonna give me more time to talk. So thank God.
Yes. Well deserved.
I got all the stats. Trust me.
Here we go.
There's a reason why I have a color.
Exactly.
There's this 3-round advantage that they have right here, and it's gonna be a little bit of a pain in the ass to just come by, especially because Vivid can't really buy as much. They can maybe go. I think they're just all gonna go Deagles, and you just trying to go for the shotgun plays as an Omen. Honestly, Omens with shotguns are scary. In my personal opinion, I have a friend who plays Omen and is a shotgun Omen, and Loki scares me. But
Omen
I'm not gonna talk about him.
Omen with vibes.
I actually follow him on TikTok.
I do too, and I want to point out that they do have the null command online for Aspera, and they're only 2 off from the Tour de Force, so they could make something of this to maybe save
they very much could.
And like
just a little bit.
They're gonna have to fight for a tied half, but it's possible, you know?
It is very much possible. I can definitely see this happening. But it looks like Sakura can buy, like, they can afford to lose those couple rounds. They can afford to lose, I think, up to like 3. Pushing at 4.
Psycho opping, and they're not.
Honestly, I think any jet, especially as good as Psycho, with an operator.
Psycho, hear me and op next round. Op next round, Psycho. You can do it. We believe in you.
Yeah, scare the crap out of Cinny. As you should. Honestly,
we've seen them. You know, we've seen them play a chamber. We know they can do it. I believe in them. But here we are. Like, they're just getting reconnected, so this tech pod should be over soon. You guys can't see this, but you know that little, like, KO dance that they can do? The little wiggle with the knife? That's what we're looking at right now. And I feel like this is peak commentary if we were to comment on that. And sadly, you guys are going to possibly miss it. We'll see it if we get back in time.
Oh my god, can we see that again?
Hey, maybe Fluorescent can distract the other team with it. What do you think?
Oh my god, honestly, I'd be 100% done with that. We can commentate on KO shaking his ass.
No. So we decide who wins the 3rd place match by having Aspera and Fluorescent have a twerk off. That's how we do it.
Oh my god, we should have that. Oh my god. It'd be so funny. It'd be actually hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay, I think
we talked about
pause.
Yeah, we're about to come out of the pause. But while we wait, we talked about Vivid's ultimates and how close they are, but, like, obviously we talked about how BFG Sakura has padded wallets, but they also have some ultimates of their own. Do you think they're going to use them for, like, a really powerful B-hit? Because that's where they're stacked towards right now on our screens.
I'm just paying attention to Sakura right now. The stats have gone completely out the window.
Yeah, we don't care about the stats. Let's just look at it, like...
Screw the stats. We're just gonna watch the team. You guys can listen to me talk about this. But we're gonna look at Sakura's their ultimates. We've got Cosmic Divide, we've got Blade Storm, and we also got that null command up and running. And we're like 2 off from the lockdown, which is I kind of want to see another lockdown. I want to see how this is gonna go, because I feel like it's really difficult to take those what's it called? Just to take sight, you have to like plant it in like a specific way, or else it's like there's one part of sight that you're not gonna get, but like it's the entirety of this all this other side and all this other space that you're able to get. And I don't know. I think mostly what I favor, like ultimate wise, on these teams is probably going to be this null command, because you're able to shut down any and all util within a certain radius of KO, which is really useful if you're trying to take sight.
Yeah, I do think
this Cosmic Divide too.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Cosmic Divide paired with the null command could be well, because obviously like the null command kind of like gives away KO's position a little bit, but they won't be able to like spray through a wall where he is once he gets to sight, him being the agent KO, not the person playing them. And like we talked about, that lockdown might be really good for a post-plant situation if Castle's able to get the orb and the plant, but it's currently Fluorescent who's carrying the spike, so let's see if he gets passed over by chance. But as the clock ticks down, we'll see how this round kind of starts.
This three round. And then I'll come up.
There it is, and they are on a save round. Like we said, they have 4 Deagles and a Marshal here as they push sight. They're not clearing logs though, and it's Yui who's able to find Fluorescent, and they're trying to get the res off, but it's Castle with the Molly able to get the trade off of UV after they cleared out just a second too late. Psycho finds Dawn on site, BFG Glitz finds Kiwi, and now it's Alana with a Marshall and a Headhunter and a Dream. And they find one, looking for a second here, but it's gonna be the pop flash from Fluorescent to come out, and they get it anyways. A 3v1 situation with the Glitz being really low on health, and we do have the Molly come out, and they upgrade to a Vandal. Trying to find someone through the smoke here. We have Artewolf with that shock dart and that drone that wasn't able to connect. And with Artewolf with a kind of like a W key a little bit with a lucky shot off of on Alana.
Hold on, I just pushed my desk, so it was kind of not, but it's okay.
No, you're good. It was an eventful round. And as I said, very eventful round, so we're having the defenders on the side of Vivid take a timeout. And now, see? Now it's your time to talk again. It was great timing, dude.
Oh my god, honestly, yeah. Everyone's gonna be sick of me at this point. Anyway, I got a ton of stats right now, and I'm gonna talk a lot.
Beautiful.
Anyways, so we do have this 4-round advantage that Sakura has over Vivid right now, and it seems like Sakura just has a better, an easier time at attacking than Vivid has defending. So I'm possibly hoping to see Vivid to just take it by storm on attack. Just because it looks like they're very much built. They're very switch between roles and switch between sides. This was actually really, really interesting. And there's a lot of ults up and ready. There's I'm gonna say almost 2 ults that are very close to being ready. And I'm excited to see, I want to see more ultimate usage, just because we're seeing a lot of util usage, but not so much ultimate usage. But Sakura's just having such an easy time right here. They're having the game of their lives just because of their eco. Their eco is far from being bad, and it's honestly, that's what's making their team plays. That's what's making them work. Is they're able to full buy their utility and full buy guns and shields.
Like I said, Sakura needs to win this map though, because the next map is one they have a record of losing on so far in this tournament. Versus Vivid, we haven't seen on Breeze yet, which is they could pop off, and that might be why they picked it too. But here we can see, like you said, more ultimate usage. We see that Killjoy lockdown coming in, but once again it just barely missed Heaven and Hell, so we're hopefully not going to see anybody swing off of it, which is where that Cosmic Divide comes in to kind of dismiss any sound, any information, any visibility. Psycho updrafts off of Boiler after going up for some information on Heaven. You decide, I think there's too many people here main, but there are 2 on the flank, so this might be good. We do see a late null command come out from, I believe it's Asper here for this retake, and we'll see how it unfolds. Alana there with flank, so there's 3 members. They get 1. It's Alana with another. Fluorescent and Psycho able to get Alana and Yubi though, bringing us back to a 3v2 situation, but there's 3 members on site, and they are trying to stick it here. And now, it's 1, and we don't, oh my gosh, Dawn's not even looking at main. Full trust in her team, as it's Kiwi able to find the final pick of the round.
Last round before the switch.
That round is what enforces that it's a team game. You have to really rely on your teammates. You have to rely on the people that eventually going to make this game either easier or harder for you. And my dream did come true. I did see 3 ultimates that round, which I'm very, very excited about. And it's also last round. And we only have 2 ultimates. We have Bladestorm and Into the Shadows. And we're very close to having Hunter's Fury on both sides, actually. But I feel like only one Sova is going to be the better Sova. Oh,
Psycho
no,
heard me. It has the operator here mid after getting their Bladestorm taken away. I think Psycho heard me. What do you think? They're hopping like I wanted. And we're gonna see them holding this mid position here. They do miss the original shot, but there's no damage, no loss taken, so it's okay. They have time to recover. And it's Castle finding Alana with an off of their own after they whiff too. We're seeing a lot of off whiffs, but I want to see Psycho here. And it's Asper able to find Fluorescent mid before getting Castle gets Asper before getting traded out by Dawn. Then lots of trades, lots of playing together, but it's you be able to find Blitz, kind of unaware. The drone is able to detect that Dawn is there. Psych you know, you made my dream happen by buying the op, but they decided to drop it in favor of a Phantom here to clutch up the round in this 3v2 situation. They've now grouped up with their very own Artewolf and are making their way back towards the A site through spawn.
That was honestly the best idea. That was the best play, being able to just get not a better gun, but a gun that you can use. And more of a close range, and a little, the reload time is cut significantly. So that was definitely a better play, regrouping definitely. Just because in this situation and like where the enemy team has numbers, it's important to play with your.
And now we can see them playing here together as Psyche is able to close the door and Artewolf's gonna go for the plant in front of boxes. And we did see, obviously, Glitch playing very aggressive here when it was 3v2 situations. We don't see Psyche doing the same thing. They barely missed the updraft to get up on top of Jenny, but they are getting spammed off of it. Now dropped to 63 HP because they could hear that updraft. We do see Kiwi able to break the door as Yubi joins Dawn of Heaven. They're going to kind of shotgun Yubi. That might be Jen, but it's Artewolf from Hell that's able to find Kiwi. They're both playing Hell together, but Yubi finds Psyche and is trying to find... find Artewolf as well, but not before they get taken out by Yubi, and it's ultimately Dawn who gets the trade, and that's why you play together.
It is over.
That was beautiful, beautiful path, honestly. 5 to 7. Now it's honest. I mean, like we said, it was gonna be fairly close, and honestly, I 100% agree with that because it's just. I mean, this team is just. They don't look like they're built for attack, but Sakura definitely didn't prove us wrong, but didn't prove us correct. If you know what I mean.
I feel like. Definitely, like, Vivid has, like, more of an attack-leaning team comp compared to Sakura, so this is going to be, I think, even more of an interesting half than the last, personally, because I feel like it could definitely go either way for this game.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure, I agree with that. I think, yeah, we're just going up. We're just buying up, shields, mostly. I'm seeing a lot of shields, a lot of ghosts. Honestly, whatever floats your boat.
It's a pistol round, you know?
Yeah, I think especially Vivid needs as much as much footing as they can possibly get.
Yeah, and Vivid did win their first pistol round of the game, so they're hoping to look here for another one as they make their way down A main. All together, we are going to see Dom with that dart and that drone to kind of clear out sight. We had Blitz with the smoke to try and deny any sight entry. Kiwi with the dash in after getting pinged and taken out by Artewolf. Glitz able to hold by getting 2 from Alana and Aspra. Artewolf with Yubi and Psycho with Dawn for a flawless pistol round to just be like, nah, they got the first half, we get this half on the pistol rounds.
You can tell a person's character by their
that Astra smoke is deadly on Astra on defense is deadly. Honestly scares me.
Should I play some stars?
And I just think Sakura has this game because Killjoy and Astra on defense. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I feel like the cross-map support Astra can provide is a lot faster than Omen's, and we're definitely going to see here more on the defense than the offensive side.
I think we're going to see a little bit of a controller diff.
Exactly. We can look at that stat line, for example, 15-5 versus 8-10.
Oh my god, I'm crying. I didn't even notice.
I love a good Astra main, and that's what we're seeing here from Glitz.
Glitz, if you're hearing this, I love you.
We love you, Glitz. You're our MVP.
Yeah.
And we're kind of seeing them. They've left the spike in spawn, so it looks like they're just going for some orb farming as the rest of the team is hanging out tiles. My guess is Yubi's going to fake here with some smokes, and they're going to rotate backward the rest of their team. That or they're just playing very defaulted, and Yubi's going to lurk. We'll find out here soon. We do see Kiwi kind of hanging out here with Alana, trying to make some early aggression, early peaks, but it's Fluorescent hanging out kind of logs while this turret from Castle maybe is trying to like fake it so there's not somebody logs. We do see the smoke from Blitz come out, but Alana says I'm not scared and goes right into it. But Castle and Fluorescent not playing too aggressive other than that knife coming out from KO from Fluorescent, and now they're just kind of falling back as the spike is making its way.
Not really.
It was gonna make it way today. They decided to change their mind because they've made some nice presence here, but it's Castle with the Spectre able to find them a little bit, get them down to 76 health over on stairs, and the gravity wall's gonna come through. I'm surprised that we didn't see Fluorescent and swing off of it, but again they haven't cleared logs, and ultimately the spike is gonna get stuck main, and it's the running gun from Fluorescent. I think that was a 3K that round to close it out for now 9-5, and they're just bringing this home on this defensive side. Like I said, it was more of a defensive comp, and we're seeing it.
I noticed that that Vivid had just dropped Spike, kind of like leaning towards A, but not quite. I feel like when you leave Spike just in kind of near your spawn, that's like it's like your way of saying like you're not gonna commit to a site. You're gonna get information. Then if you commit, you'll go back get it, and then have your team get some space. But I don't know. I think they were going to go B, went back A, and decided, I got 30 seconds. Gotta make a decision.
We do see Kiwi get spotted by that recon dart pretty early on in the round, off to fall back from mid positioning, and they're on their way over to that B site once again. We have that 0 point come out from Aspra as they're trying to get information, but ultimately Castle's there. That Killjoy util very overpowered on the B side. As soon as there's a KJ, I automatically stray away from the B side, not gonna lie. So I'm questioning this decision, but we do see the drone come out from Dawn here to try and invest a hit on the site. Zeeglitz with that smoke come out, along with Terra with that molly, and the 0 point from the very own Fluorescent coming out, and they're just denying, holding this B side down so well that we now see Vivid opting to rotate possibly back towards tiles, maybe faking this rotate as they're kind of making their way back towards it, and I think it's worked. We've seen Ardwolf rotate out, Fluorescent's kind of paying more attention to mid. Psyche still CT, however, here with a Spectre, and we have Castle on site, of course, anchoring as Sentinel for them. And we'll see how it goes here. And they're going to be hit. And they do have that dart able to find Castle on site, who's alone, but they think that she hasn't moved. Now she's in the corner and is able to get some health off before being taken out by Vivid Dawn. And they have a free sight here. Psycho trying to aggress, but opts to wait for the rest of the team. Alana's in that smoke, however, and Yubi's able to find yet another one after taking out Fluorescent mid-market. 10 seconds left on the clock. The spike is going to go through as they set up for a retake.
Spike planted.
I feel like retake
standing.
Flawless. A little questionable. It looks like they were able to go back from that, they went from like a 2 round to a 3, and I think back to a 4, maybe like back to a 3. Looks like they're really not giving this up. They're really they're stubborn, and honestly, I love that in a team. This team's not, they're not giving up, and and like, they're not giving the free, just not giving the free one overall. Which is great quality to have. Sakura's eco is struggling because of this loss that they just took.
Well, that was their bonus if they were buying up because they won the pistol round. But this is the first round we're going to see full rifles versus full rifles, and we're seeing some mid aggression here now. We have the drone coming out for from Ardwolf out of tree here. We have the smoke obviously from UB blocking any sight out of Cap, and it's Kiwi making their way up that to go ahead and get some pressure towards tree, and we also have some reinforcement from Dawn there as well.
Kiwi's definitely making this, a lot of aggression from Kiwi, definitely in a good way. Oh.
I don't think Ardwolf saw them.
But Kiwi did.
No, exactly. Kiwi did see Ardwolf obviously jumping out, and then Blitz is able to find Alana before getting traded out by Kiwi. Now they have that A site, and they look like the plant is going to be good, but it's Fluorescent with the lineup trying to deny it here with that fragment, and it's now 2 members like Kevin, we have Castle, and we have Psyche setting up for the retake. The Kiwis on Jenny to see if they predicted it or not when they swing out. They do have flashes, obviously, from next. They have that alarm bot go out, but Kiwi's not breaking it to try and hide where they are. That turret's going to find them, though, probably up there. They are able to find it. Psyche able to get one. You'll be able to get another, or able to find Castle as a trade. Now it's a 2v2 situation, and they've taken sight, cleared out Hell, but the clock is ticking. There's a fragment now going down on the bomb where the reveals where Aspra is, and Aspra's able to find one. The clock is ticking further. We are going to see that flash come out as Psycho taps the bomb, 71 HP. Aspra swings and is able to find and connect to bring the round to a 9-2 gap.
Honestly, I love that they're not giving this up. The more that they close this gap, the more their eco gets better. And 2, the better their mental gets, I feel like, because especially in games like tournament style, and where there's something on the line, it's like the more you lose, it's kind of like your mental doesn't do too hot once you've taken so many losses.
And I'm excited because, obviously the semifinals weren't very close. They were 2-0 series, both of them. So now that we're in the 3rd place match, it's close, and I'm hoping that means the grand finals will be close too once we get there tomorrow.
Be very interesting. All these teams are really giving everyone a run for their money.
Yeah, we do see Psycho. I think they had an operator. I couldn't quite tell. They were really slow peeking there off of Kiwi. They were waiting for that perfect shot, and they took too long to be able to find Psycho. They're playing really aggressive here up A main, and it's UB able to find Fluorescent, and Glitch does get pinged by that dart and able to forced to fall back. Alana at half health. It is 5v3. However, they're trying to close this to a 1 gap, and it looks like they are going to get that A site, but they're kind of falling back. But it's Glitch with a frenzy, fighting for their life, and Tree also now at half health, and Aspro just falling back off that fragment. But Glitch with the timing, Artewolf also able to find Dawn, and somehow it's a 2v2 situation on this bonus round for the side of VFG Sakura. And they've been forced back into A main.
I love Blitz so much for that play. It looks like they're... Oh.
They faked it. They faked it with that Omen ultimate from Yubi, but it was just to receive the spike A main, and now they're rethinking that gravity well, trying to deny the plant if it was on boxes, but it's going to go through. It's very even here now that both teams have guns, trying to get some picks or some dinks to the box. It doesn't work. They do know where Yubi is, and they are good for 1. Alana able to get 1 before getting traded out. Or sorry, Alana able to get 1 before Artewolf trades to find Yubi, and then Alana trades them out to bring it to an 8-9. That was looking very scary for Vivid at first.
Honestly, just a tad bit, especially with Gliss with this this frenzy play. Honestly, I would not have done that, but Gliss just seems to not care at this point and just says, "We're gonna run it down."
I am the
Honestly,
duelist.
as you should. I am the duelist. Sorry, Psycho. You're getting replaced by Astra.
Maybe Ash. Maybe we see Glitz on the operator. You know.
Oh my God, I would love to see that.
We do see, however, Psycho showing why they're the duelist, popping that Blaze. I think they were the one that popped Blaze Storm, right? Yeah, we see them pop Blaze Storm, but Alana's able to find Fluorescent through that smoke. And we're seeing some aggression here from both teams fighting for mid. We have 2 people stacked up for Tree. We have Glitz and Artewolf trying to swing out to find Kiwi. We have Castle swing out in mid, able to finish off the job as they're distracted. We have Glitz able to find Alana tiles. And now we see Vivid on their way to that B site where the Killjoy Yuta again is waiting. We have the fragment come out from Castle, who decides to push through to try and deny sight. But it's Dawn from Button able to find that pick there, and they're going to have a B site plant here. And the Huntress Fury from both teams online. Maybe they're waiting for that post plant to use it, but it's not going to come out here from Sakura. It's going to be a 3v2 retake. They do have the Cosmic Divide online as well.
Not ready yet.
Artewolf should have their ultimate.
Revealing area.
But never mind. Can't use it now. Not after that ultimate.
I know, right? They do get the pings from both teams, both Sovas finding at 1 player each. We are going to have that 0 point as well come through. They know that Yubi's playing main right now, but they're more worried about the spike. They're going to swing it, and Glitz is able to find Aspra. Artewolf able to find Yubi, and now they know who the last person is. It's Boat, and they're going to force them to distract them. But ultimately, it doesn't connect, and the time is ticking, and it's Vivid, Sova on Sova, Dawn, and it's ultimately they find the pick, but is there enough time? I don't think so,
No.
and they're going to run and save their weapon. I don't even think they're going to get out with their gun, to be honest, and they don't.
Honestly, really interesting the way that was played, especially because it's a 9. Now it's 9 to 9 right now. I feel like Sakura's ecos, they're not struggling, but they are kind of struggling. If they buy this round, they won't be able to buy next round. Whereas Vivid is also somewhat similar. They're able to buy, just probably not full. Which honestly, both teams, I feel like they're on equal ground right now, just because of Go. And I think all in all, it's going to come down to how well the players can play together and the strats that they're able to pull.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen BFG Sakura getting really aggressive around the defense all of a sudden, even though like what they were doing before was working. For example, we see Psyche with the operator picking out mid again, and then being forced to fall back again. Now they're kind of holding it again while the rest of the team's making their way up A main here. We do have, like we said, 2 ultimates online. We have the Blaze Storm for Kiwi being popped. We have the Tour de Force as an option if need be. But they're stacked like towards the A site on the side of Sakura. We're going to see a dart come out from Dawn here to try and make way for an A hit. But Glitz there with the Gravity Well fake. Or not the Gravity Well, sorry. The Smoke fake here. But there's 3 members stacked in tree. 1 holding mid, 2 holding site as a cross. And I think they realize this and are opting to have a rotate back towards mid cat. And that, or they're just waiting to fake it out the site, maybe waste some util, and we're gonna see what happens.
Definitely gonna be a little DJ East on that B side, sorry. And just that setup, it's definitely gonna be. But they have like 30 seconds, so they have to make a decision, and they have to make it.
and they make it as Kiwi dashes in, but we're getting shut down by, almost shut down by the 0 point. VALORANT, however, trying to go back cat with a flank going on the members that are stacked in tree. I think it's gonna be VALORANT here shutting down this site. We have the lockdown coming out in tree. But if VALORANT is able to find one here, especially, they're gonna find, look, they're waiting. And they're able to find 1 and 2 and 3 with the lurk, and I knew that was about to happen, but I did not see the Hunter's Fury coming out to destroy that lockdown, making this now a 4v2 situation. Both members stacked up heaven. They spot UB in main. We have the Guardian from Hell trying to wallbang, but it doesn't connect. And Fluorescent just gonna try and use that pop flash angle on Hell, where there's 2 members waiting, and it's Asper who swings out to find Fluorescent. Now Psycho with the operator, the only one left. Might have to save it here as they're getting sprayed through Hell. And they are gonna run away, it looks like. I wonder if we're gonna see anybody hunt down this operator. Alright, Psycho, I know I said I wanted you to op, but you don't have to do every round, I promise, babe. And it's Alana challenging it, not able to find it. And now it's Vivid who falls down.
That was unfortunate.
Oh no.
Dawn, that was really unfortunate, my love. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Like, a lot of our Alana sims are going to be fairly happy. Oh my god, I get to talk more, let's go!
As you should.
Anyways. Yes, slay.
Let's talk about Alana.
Let's talk about, honestly, that play that Alana was able to pull out of trade, absolutely. For a minute, I didn't think they'd be able to get it because there were 3 and Alana just couldn't land their first couple shots. But fortunately, they were able to. Oh my goodness, Alana's cracked. Love you.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like here, look at their eco and just talk about their eco and how this round can.
While you look at that, I want to point out that I was surprised. I think the reason why they whiffed those shots, Alana whiffed it, was because she was more focused on the Killjoy lockdown. But then I think there was a miscommunication, and Dawn decided to use the Hunter's Fury to destroy it. And so then they were like, oh, let me whip back to the people that I have gun, like, patience out. Continue now with your econ analysis.
Oh my god, thanks, Shotty. Okay, so, it looks like Sakura, Psycho is definitely going for that off again. I feel like it would be more beneficial if they were able to buy themselves and maybe buy their teammates an SMG. But it looks like Psycho is just gonna go for it. Whereas Vivid is, they're much more spread out. It looks like, I think Alana's gonna go for that tour de force. And, I mean, honestly, especially on attack, holding mid with tour de force is really scary. And that can work one of both ways. Looks like we need to...
I think we got it just in time. We did, I think, have it disconnected. It looks like Arda Wolf is disconnected for BFG Sakura here. That was very last second pause, but it worked, you know?
Yeah.
And that means, guess what, Cindy? You get more time to talk.
Oh, God.
Fine.
Okay. I'm gonna talk about
Where's
the
those
ultimates that we
stats?
have up. I have so many. Oh my goodness, don't even. So
Exactly.
we'll talk about the ultimates. We've got Cosmic Divide, we've got No Command, and we've got Tour de Force. I feel like if Fluorescent could easily counter this, we're not having a tech pause anymore?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
we are completely back in the game.
we're
And
going.
because there was
We're
a 0
going.
on the round timer, the round has in fact started. And we're just kind of going for it. The rest of the team's headed towards A main here. We do see that tour de force that you talked about being online here. They know that the operator's still in play because Psycho saved it, so we have Kiwi jump peeking A main. And we see that 0 point try to clear out heaven. Doesn't quite hit castle, it does not seem like. And we're just gonna peek towards mid here.
Alana knows there's someone there.
Now, tour de force.
Let's have a little bit of it.
That's what I was thinking, but we do see the 0 point from names from Fluorescent up heaven, able to find Kiwi here, so maybe they know and have stack now, kind of rotated. We see what's interesting to me is Ardwall hanging out spawn still. I don't know if they were able to buy a gun. Let me double check that. They were able to buy a sheriff before the round started. But we have the no command come out from Fluorescent trying to deny the site. We have Castle get pinged and Kiwi trying to spray through the smoke. Not able to connect. We have Glitz playing from tree here. They're playing this very together knowing that they don't have better guns. And we still have Alana with a trying to flank here. But it's Psyche with the operator catching them this time. Only 15 seconds left on the clock. A 4v2 situation. and 1 HP off of Yubi, and we're trying to see Aspera get that plant money. 1 HP still able to find Castle, and it's Fluorescent from Heaven, trying to find another, and able to find Yubi with that Ghost. Now it is a 3v1 situation from Aspera. They do have the gun advantage still, because no one's been able to crack the gun. Psyche obviously with the Operator here, and it's Artemis for the Sheriff who swings, but it's Psyche who gets the trade with that Operator, showing them why they saved it last round.
I feel like Sakura definitely had the advantage on pack sided, and it looks like they're struggling just a tad bit because Vivid keeps catching up. Vivid says, "No, thank you," and just brings it back up. We got another timeout. Oh my goodness, it's back to back at this point.
Yeah, they just want you to talk City, but before you do
they just
that,
want more of my voice.
And like they just didn't want they don't want this momentum, you know.
They really don't. I think these timeouts are definitely slow that down a little bit, making both players. Honestly that's fine. Because at this point, it's whatever. I don't think it's whatever team is better. It might be just whatever team is able to pull the craziest thing, just something. And I feel like one team definitely needs to pull it up, and one team needs to not get it together, but they need to what's the word? Just pull up in front. That doesn't even make any sense. They just need to get like at least 1 or 2 rounds on the enemy team, because it's I mean it's 10-10 right now. They're literally neck and neck.
Yeah, they're definitely both fighting for this first map. Like I said, we know the second map seems to lean towards Vivid just because we only have stats that are bad on the side of BFG Sakura. For all we know, they could like pop off against Vivid, but it does seem like it's leaning towards Vivid being their pick as well. But here we're seeing on this 10-10 round them making their way towards that B site here. We have some aggression from Psyche, and Artemis kind of playing B main here pretty strong off of that Sova Dart, and they've kind of been forced back towards tiles, maybe hitting a mid positioning here because they know that they've been that if there is an operator tree, it's been smoked out by Yubi. I think that smoke just fell though, it sounded like, as we see Alana here holding top mid in case there was any egg aggression. Fluorescent just hanging out spawn, jumping mid to see if they see anybody from Vivid here, which I think they will here in a second if Kiwi swings it. We're gonna see a smoke come out of Kiwi to maybe fake a mid push here, and we see that Ardewolf is kind of jump peeking there to see if they have in fact capitalized off of that jet smoke, but they instead are opting to go towards tree. You see the 0 point come out. They don't destroy it there to maybe fake an absence of anybody from mid. And we see Yubi goes ahead and smokes it, telling us that they are gonna kind of have this A rotation here. We see some going towards A main, while obviously we have Kiwi and Alana lurked up to the tree, but it's an alarm bot here that's going to force them back. We might see a gravity well. It's a gravity well. Yep, from Blitz to kind of force them back. We do have the null command come out from Aspera main though, and it's through the smoke that Glitz is able to find Kiwi and also dink Alana, but it's Yubi on site able to find Castle. Fluorescent gets the trade, and now it is still a 3v3 situation. Alana is able to find Glitz. Now a 3v2 as Alana also finds Fluorescent, and the spike is down, but Psyche able to find Alana, bringing us back to a 2v2.
Just not giving up that off.
If they make it work, you know. We do see, obviously, Dawn droned out. We see Ardewolf waiting on that dart, and they're going to try and play this together as Ardewolf has dropped out of heaven. They knew that one is main. They don't quite know where Aspera is, and it's Ardewolf able to find Aspera. Psyche with those smokes trying to do it, but it's Dawn in that smoke waiting for it small, and they get, I think they hit Psyche 140, but it's a phantom diff, and Psyche is able to find Dawn, and Ardewolf, no, they hit, sorry, Ardewolf for 140. I saw the vision, honestly. Very close Dawn, but they get the defuse, bringing this to 11-10.
That's, I mean, now that they have this momentum, I think they just need to keep going off of it. It's just, as soon as they have it, it's like, you just gotta keep going, you just gotta keep pushing with it. Because if Vivid is able to bring this up to 11, I very much see this going into overtime. I very much see, I mean, I feel like if Vivid does pull up and bring it into overtime, they are going to win.
I don't know. It was 7-5, you know. Either way, we can see here them trying to go for a mid aggression here. They don't have the best guns. You notice that? They're trying to save for that match point save for that OT as they're running it down mid with these sheriffs, forcing Fluorescent out of market back towards site where Artewolf is going to confirm with the dart that there is a presence here. And it's Psyche holding a main with the operator. We do have Artewolf kind of stuck in logs here, and it's Artewolf now stuck main, but we do see Don jump out of market. There's just so much chaos, and it's 12-10. All I can say was that player, Artewolf, like, logs jumping out like surprise is why Valorant's a horror game.
Honestly, Valorant is it's a mixture between Flash Simulator and a horror game. And I don't know which one I hate more, but it's completely fine. Soccer definitely brought that momentum that they got from that round that they won last round, or like 2 rounds ago, and they're bringing it up. And this is gonna be. I feel like they're definitely gonna win. Whereas when I predicted Vivid was going to bring it into overtime, I'm praying it's not overtime, because see the next map.
Yeah, like I said, Alana has stepped it up. We can see she's 21-18 as a top frag here, which is what I said Vivid needed if they wanted to win this, like, the series compared to yesterday. And we're seeing here an aggressive B hit. They've already taken a button, but it's Castle able to find Kiwi, and before getting traded out by Aspra. But it's allowed the team time to rotate here, as we see Artewolf getting set up for a retake here off of that dart, or for that drone, I mean. And it's Aspra able to destroy it and confirm one's lane. Psyche again with the operator trying to get this pick lane, isn't quite able to. They do spot a lot of stairs and are forced to dash out. The null command coming out from fluorescent here, and the cosmic divide as well. But Aspra lane able also to find Psyche, and also able to find fluorescent, but they're in their ultimate. It looks like we might get the res off from Artewolf if they don't get sprayed through, which will bring us back to a 2v2 situation. I'm surprised they let that happen. And now 2v2, we have the frag and that pop flash come out, and Yubi's able to get found by Artewolf. And with that, it's a spray transfer. Dawn able to find Artewolf, and off that cosmic wall, it's fluorescent versus Dawn, but the clock is ticking, and with the classic, they're dropped to 20 HP. They're good for the pick, but not the defuse, which means it will be 12-11 on the cheater of OT.
Oh my goodness, these teams are going to give me anxiety, because I feel like they off of the
Need a drop.
oh my goodness, my brain. Maybe could work off of this and
BYB fam. Going to Astro.
So I don't know, Sakura either has to win it or say BG's go next.
Yeah, they started obviously the round off with they obviously saved the previous round, so they now had a full buy last round, which obviously has brought them to the point where they're at now. So, but we see that BFG Sakura is still rich enough to buy guns. Psyche again on the operator here, which they're trying to capitalize on the A main, but they weren't there. 0 Point also was not detecting anybody. We have Kiwi jumping in mid to confirm that operator is not currently, cubby tree positioning, and we see that drone coming out of Artewolf down mid, but I don't think it's going to quite get far enough down mid, which we see. And now Kiwi lurking back towards spawn after not really getting any information there. We are going to see the Blaze Storm come out from Psyche, and looks like they are drafting from their own spawn to get any info from mid, but there's nothing as the team is making their way over to A main to look like have a collective hit. We can see Yubi prepped with the smokes.
Waiting for it. A minute left. And I think they're going to wait for Mew to... Or they'll push them like maniacs.
Yeah, we have Blitz obviously contesting with that with that smoke before the null command comes in from Aspra. It's Yubi getting the guardian shot on Psyche, and now it's a 5v3 situation. The spike Alana has, and it's going to bring it down for Jenny. Glitch trying to play through smoke, isn't able to find anybody as Artewolf's making their way up heaven, but it's Yubi holding there. And they're going to go ahead and try and swing this, not find anybody quite yet. It's clearing all those angles together. They're going to go ahead and break that rendezvous from Chamber. The alarm bell's going to go out for Jen, guaranteeing that there is somebody there. We're going to see Artewolf then again with that Hunter's Fury. Glitz knows something up though, and it's Aspra flanking through tree, able to find one. Trying to look for another. Castle now distracted, trying to go for that pick, and they are able to get it, but now the time is ticking. It's now a 4v2 situation here. Artewolf has her online, but not before take it out by Alana. Hunter's Fury comes through, and Castle's able to get a spray transfer for 4, but it's OT as Dawn's Hunter's Fury is able to connect and take them out.
Switching sides.
Very close. That round was very, not too close for comfort, but I was right. They were, Vivid was able to come up and bring that into overtime. They still have the momentum going, and they very much could win this game.
Yeah, it's our first OT of the tournament, dude. And I don't know if it's gonna be a reverse, not gonna say reverse sweep because it wasn't a sweep, but like a reverse OT because obviously now Vivid shows as the underdogs here. But I'm still going for my girls over on Sakura, you know.
I 100% have faith in Sakura.
You said Vivid would win OT if they got there.
Revealing area.
Where do your allegiances lie?
With Sakura, I promise.
Okay,
Sakura.
okay.
I promise. Gotta be with my
We're
girls,
seeing
I swear.
we're seeing some aggression from Vivid over towards B main. They're looking for Psyche, but are forced to fall back off of Castle's turret. And Glitz with that
Standing ahead.
Astro Star coming in quick to protect the team. And now they're just playing very defaulted here. Obviously, we saw the dart from Artewolf trying to block out any mid presence from Cubby. We do see, obviously, Kiwi swinging mid. But they're going to use that smoke to get out of that positioning. And now they're making their way back towards A there. We see Yubi with the blind top mid. But in this time, instead of Castle lurking alone, obviously, we have Psyche over there. I don't know how this is going to go for them as they try and execute on this A hit off of Artewolf, who has the drone ready. They're waiting for the rotates.
I wouldn't say wait for info. Kind of wait for info and get those kills.
And that's exactly what Castle does. Able to find Kiwi out mid to stop any possible bullets from rotating. That's Fluorescent going to be good for the plant on boxes. Psyche good for one on Astra. You get that trade in tree before being able to make it their way on the site. Glitz did not play from an aggressive breach position here. Fluorescent also playing pretty aggressive up Heaven, which gets punished by Alana. Yubi with the blind gonna try and find Glitz and does. Also looking for Castle, who is able to get the trade instead. It's now a 2v2 situation. We have them both drop down from Heaven. The mollies go in. It's Alana able to find Psycho. Now a 2v1 situation. They're shooting the spike and shock darting it to get those mollies off. And Dawn's gonna go ahead and be sticking here with their defender Alana. Castle swings, they're able to find one, and the spike is half. Dawn is off the it's going in. Shock dart comes in. They're trying to stick it, but they're not going to be able to. And it's 4K from Castle. That's why you play KJ. And the spike detonates 13-12.
Switching sides. Match point.
Got anything to say on that, Cindy?
That was absolutely insane. I don't think I've ever seen in a defender go just like shock dart the spike. That's actually really interesting.
It was smart.
I mean,
get rid of
it does make sense. It makes sense. I've never seen it before, and looks like Sakura kind of struggled on defense, whereas Vivid kind of had an easy time coming back. Overtime's definitely gonna be where both teams are they're both gonna get a run for their money. They're both gonna just, and especially the momentum that Vivid has. I highly doubt that Vivid
which is why I think Sakura is the one that took the time out here, because they needed to talk over what they were doing wrong on defense that allowed like Vivid to get to OT here. And I'm wondering if it's gonna like counteract them because they just established that like momentum from winning their attack round on OT, or if it'll help them rethink how they're about to play this defense. I'm hoping maybe to see, you know, a castle swap or the A side or something and just get them into fresh positioning, but we'll see what they decide to do here.
Honestly, a little bit of a mental reset I've heard. It's honestly really important for those mental resets, because sometimes you can be tilted and it's just take a quick 30 seconds, breathe, take a minute, or like half a minute, and then get your head back in the game.
And that's exactly what we see. Like I said, Castle's over now playing in tree, and they're playing very split here. We see Psycho again with Artewolf playing more aggressive down B main with that drone, where Yubi at this time is waiting with the spike as Alana and Kiwi are making their way down Cat here. Psycho finds Yubi like that they're there, but it misses the off shot, goes back in to try and search for it. We have 4 players mid right now, with one being Cat top mid as well. They're like trying to go mid here, where the alarm bot from Killjoy is waiting if they realize it. Yubi does smoke it off, which is interesting, because I'm gonna have to play through this smoke. But it looks like they are opting to go a tree split, mid tree split, which is interesting.
I feel like I'm just seeing a repeat of every going mid into a push.
But the difference here is that KJ utils there now.
That is very true.
Oh no, the Astrowell and the KJ Molly just barely off here. Glitch trying to play off of Yubi's smoke. as they're now taking over tree. That dart's gonna come through, but as long as they're in that smoke, it's not gonna get picked up from Blitz. So it's able to find one before getting traded out by Kiwi, but not before dropping them to 8 health. It looks like it's gonna be a 4v4 situation on this retake. Alana playing from main. They're gonna be planted for Jenny, but that frag that comes out from Fluorescent to take out the spike plant, it doesn't go through. And now it's Kiwi's turn with 8 HP to try and get the spike plant. We have 3, now 4 members Heaven. Alana gets that rendezvous back to be able to peek out here, and is able to find one off of Fluorescent. And now we see Castle and Psycho up Heaven, while Ardwolf tries to go tree. But Kiwi's able to find Castle with 8 HP, only the 8 HP that they had. Ardwolf gets the trade, however. They know Alana's main, but they don't quite know that Aspra is now tree. And we see them take out, obviously, and punish for it. And now it's Psycho, the duelist, trying to win this series for them. And looks like this time is ticking. They're gonna tap the spike. Alana's gonna try and jump peek to discover that they're not on it. There's Aspro with the crossfire to bring this to 13-13 now.
Last player standing. Switching sides. Overtime.
Yeah, one of the teams, they need to switch up what they're doing. It's just gonna keep going to 13. One of the teams, they need to change. Can't just keep going A, going mid. I feel like we should see some like mid to B. That worked fairly well.
I feel like Vivid on the attack and the defense has been fine. Or sorry, Vivid's, I feel like both teams on the defense is where they've been struggling, not as much the attack side, as we've seen both teams have been winning their attack rounds to keep them alive. So, like, we saw a change come out of Sakura on the defense a little bit. Like, they tried to switch that KJ over to the A side to play off that after so it just wasn't executed the best way, if that makes sense. So, I hope to see a change on the defensive side more, I guess.
Yeah, I can definitely agree, because if they're both winning their attack rounds, then it's definitely a problem with defense. Both teams are very fantastic on attack. I don't actually don't know what to do for here. Maybe just not anchor site, but kind of anchor site, but be ready to rotate.
And we're seeing here, you know, a split between the two. We're seeing Fluorescent fake that A site hit along with Castle using that turret to clear out any A main aggression. And the rest of the team's making their way down B main here. No stars placed by Glitz yet to reveal their positioning, but they do have Yubi over here alone this time with the Initiator, and Kiwi also making their way down mid, getting really aggressive up and personal here. I'm hoping Castle doesn't get taken out from top mid by this positioning, and they're just kind of hanging out, waiting. I don't know what for.
Possibly info. Yeah, they're being very aggressive on defense, and I think it's gonna lose them this round.
We see Dawn drone out mid, but it quickly gets destroyed by Castle, letting them know there's someone top mid. But I think they're about to execute on B. We see Ardwolf ready with that sonar dart, and it gets sent along with that KO. 0 point getting returned, and through the smoke again, you be able to find Ardwolf. Kiwi able to find Castle, and they have somehow made it to button and sight, but it's not without a heavy loss. It's a 5v3, and the spike is gonna probably get planted here by Glitz, and we'll see how they play this, if they can bring it back. If not, it's gonna be a scary defense round for Sakura.
Yeah, these smokes are definitely it's definitely preventing them from making any initial contact.
And we do see them using their utility to just try and delay any pushes here. Psycho almost getting hit by Yubi, but now they're falling back. We have Blitz able to find Yubi, and Yubi finds Psycho. Now a 4v2 situation. They're playing together, but Asper's able to find Blitz, Dawn able to find for Lesson. And bringing their defenses Vivid, putting them now ahead again in the series. Whew, I'm scared this next round.
Was that important?
Switching sides.
That was
Match point.
I'd say one of the first ones we've seen on defense in overtime so far. So whatever Vivid just did worked. And I think this
They just gave them sight.
Yeah. Just giving them sight and playing retake against the retake. Not the best idea. I would recommend.
See Psyche, I think that was Psyche again with the operator. Yep, trying to get that pick mid, but Kiwi is able to jump peek out of it, along with getting I was 0 pointed. I don't know how I can say that better. Getting presence detected and deciding to go back towards A main. We do see two people lurking over towards tiles for Vivid, but the spike is now going A with Dawn. Yes, with Dawn, and now Yubi's opting to rotate through mid here. They aren't going to get quite spotted by that dart from Artewolf in B main here, so they're able to continue that lurk on the side of Aspera. And now we see Yubi making their way towards mid here. They've definitely had some issues with this tree positioning, but Alana trying to go for the long flank possibly. Maybe trying to make some presence at their 0 point over on the B site, but no one's falling for it really, other than them kind of giving up that aggressive mid positioning and falling back towards market. Now once again checking mid maybe for any rotates or from Yubi. But now they're making their way onto the A site with Vivid, with that drone. But that gravity well is going to delay just long enough to get the rotates out. We see the dart come out for Dawn now.
30 seconds left.
Smoke from Kiwi. They're trying to spray through along with KJ. Util isn't able to connect. The Castle able to find one, now two from Hell. Yubi though, again from the tree. Castle with three. This time they're not able still to shut down this tree person. It's Yubi spraying through the smoke after getting two. And that lockdown is in. 12 seconds left on the clock. Yubi trying to make a difference, but obviously I don't think Spike's gonna get planted here as long as they just wait. And it's Psyche with the operator to keep them alive. 14-14, bringing us to another round of OT. I was scared there, City.
Overtime.
Oh my god, oh, I'm so sorry. This game is
No
going
yawning,
on
it's
so
chaotic.
long.
It's 14-14.
I don't know. I'm kind of weird. I fall asleep to rock music all the time, so
Oh no.
it's kind of soothing.
It is
but
late for us, you know?
it is very late. Push through, we're troopers. The 14-14, especially in overtime, it's going to be really difficult for these teams to get out, especially the way that they're playing. It's the same thing over and over again. So something's got to change. I'm pretty sure the coaches know this, the players know this, the viewers know this. Just something's got to change.
I think the biggest thing is they haven't been able to shut down that tree person, whether it's Alana, whether it's Yubi, and like they get punished for it every time. We saw it there, but that lockdown out of Castle from Hell was ultimately what saved them the round because it's done at the plant. But now we're seeing a 5v3 situation. This time Vivid once again showing them why they're good on defense. Now it's a 2v5 situation. And those two players are just stuck hanging out A main. Artewolf and Glitz. Glitz is their top frag. We've seen them make some moves, and we'll see if they do it again.
Ooh, this 5v2. I've seen some pretty insane plays. They're all mid. They're all congregating mid.
They know they're having to play aggressively here if they want to bring down the numbers before getting a plant down. They did get some nice dinks, but nothing major here. It's still basically a 5v2. And we have, what's interesting is Yubi just playing not as aggressively as I thought. I thought they would have been tiles by now. They're opting to make their way towards tree where Alana's waiting good for one and it's Ashton for the other. Again, Vivid's won their defensive round.
On Vivid.
Switching sides.
I feel like it's just
Match
like
point.
Sakura holding on for life at this point every round.
Vivid definitely has the momentum for this, but it's Sakura that's holding on for dear life.
Like I said, like Vivid has learned what they're doing wrong on defense, but it does not look like Sakura's been able to learn that yet. And we're gonna see here again, just like Yubi hanging out tiles,
The spike.
leaving the spike and spawn, and you're gonna see an 8 hit here. And 0 points get traded from both KOs. They're gonna get that orb. I don't think they realize fluorescent is wine though. We don't see a fragment to clear it out. Another backing out. Looks like Psycheo's trying to swing off of it. And we're seeing that dart mid to clear out any possible tree. Like they're trying to deny tree control this round. That's a little bit different.
A little bit different, that is true.
And maybe they've realized tree has been their issue area. But we're now seeing them make their way towards the B site here, where Castle does have the turret, but no other util other than those swarm grenades in lane. No way to tell what they're actually there. We're seeing Glitz. I think that is a star just for smoke here. And they're just kind of hanging out B main. There's no real presence on the site. Maybe they're going to take a page out of Vivid's and play for a retake here. We do see the smoke come out from Kiwi along with the 0 point. Kiwi trying to destroy that. And the swarm grenades come out. They do be able to dash the button. And it looks like we are going to see a 5-on-5 retake possibly here if they are able to get sight for that spike. And I think that they're literally just waiting Artemis destroys the door to sort of faster site access. But Kiwi's playing up close and personal and aggressive. They're trying to figure out both, figure out sight. Vivid Dawn able to find Glitz, one of their top frags here. They do see Fluorescent trying to flank, but there is a chamber trip there. Dawn is now stuck in Garage though. Psyche is gonna dash into the smoke. Fluorescent on the flank, able to take out one, getting that no command online, however. Psyche able to find Kiwi, Alana able to find Castle, and now it's a 3v2 situation, but we do have Alana very low HP here. Psyche falling back. Up into those stairs. Fluorescent good for one. Each is gun to get more ammo, but during that, Asper is able to swing out a tree and get one. Both are both here. They know one is. They don't know where Yubi is. They're able to get barely. Yubi's able to find Psyche. 16-4, giving this first map to Team Vivid Obsidian. We were both rooting for Sakura, dude.
That was insane. Oh my god, that was the longest overtime ever. Oh my god,
well, we wanted a competition and it happened already.
We got what we wanted. I mean, and that was insane. I think, yeah, Glitz almost dropped 30.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I do think just like number one, Killjoy, you know, up there. I'm proud of that one. That's my girl. And Castle played it perfectly, playing off of all of their util. And like, I can't wait to see what these new players do for BFG Sakura. Because like I said, we saw them like lose like 13-6 against ASAP on Breeze. But that was also like half their team almost is new. Like they have 2 new players. So I've already saw it completely change the dynamic here, obviously. We saw Ardewolf on the Soba, which was quite interesting, and Castle on Killjoy was very dynamic. So if they're able to have a similar agent, like have that much weight on Breeze, I definitely think it'll have a change. What do you think they have to do differently to stay alive in this series?
I mean, for defense, I feel like it's very, very aggressive. And that's not something I like to see, just because that's definitely going to be your downfall. The attackers are definitely going to learn that you're aggressive on defense and going to use it against you, because they're just going to wait for you. They're going to
exactly
for them.
Either way, I think like I said at the start of the game, like before we got into the first map, that in order for Vivid to have a chance against BFG Sakura, Alana had to step up from her performance yesterday, and we see that 27-23 team MVP, almost match MVP. Like they definitely did. Maybe Ascent is just their map, and I'm hoping to see a similar performance over on Breeze if they want this to claim the series 2-0. Yubi obviously coming out of nowhere, switching from like that Sentinel position to a controller, and they're doing really, really well. Anything else that can stand out to you in this first map?
Honestly, not really. It's just the sides, the aggression on defense, and it's the way that they were able to, I think it was 4 times we went to overtime, and I'm really hoping that we are not going to see another game like that.
I want to see that, and then we go to the third map.
Oh god.
We love a good competition, especially because this is the 3rd place map, you know, a 3rd place match, and like, I'm hoping that these substitutes for BFG Sakura will give us a better competition on Breeze than we saw in ASAP's. But you guys will have to stick around and wait to see that as we go to a quick break, and we'll be back for map 2 on Breeze. Hello, hello, and welcome back to Summoner Society Agents of Artemis Tournament, our third place match on day 3, Sakura, or BFG Sakura, versus Vivid Obsidian V2. That was an amazing 16-14 OT first map, don't you think?
That was a long game. I have words for the players. Anyway.
Yeah. We wanted you to end faster. We get it. You're tired. We're all tired. But we have a whole nother exciting game here as our second map is Breeze. But before we do that, we want to look at some stats from the last game. Isn't that right? And see like what we think that the teams can do differently or what they did right on the side at least of Vivid.
Yes. Let's keep these stats.
Before we get to that, I think what I'll talk about in terms of some stats was just the fact that, like, compared to yesterday, the two standouts today, obviously, for Vivid are Alana and Yubi, who were towards the bottom of the leaderboards in their games against Kit Bash yesterday. Which, like I said, we wanted them to step up, and they definitely did. For example, Alana having the highest headshot percentage, you know, and the ACS leader, and the kill participation leader. Like, they just popped off in all categories, obviously, and are the player to watch. But on the side of BFG Soccer, what do you think has to happen? What has to change? And what did we see last game?
They definitely struggled. Just a tad, Sakura on defense, just because their team more attack-sided, more like attack favoring. And on defense, they definitely tried to play attack on defense, which was their problem. And they a little bit punished for that, just a tad bit. But this is Breeze, so I'm excited.
Yes. And I could be wrong, but I think one thing that's changing for BFG Sakura is they might be getting a sub back in to Anna, who we've seen recently. Is that correct? I can double check and ask with our team. I'm seeing... That's what I'm seeing currently. I'm seeing Artewolf is dropped and we're getting a sub back in over to Anna as we jump into this Agent Select. Which is interesting, because I do want to note that we saw Anna on Fade and Sova, so they were the initiator, obviously, and Artewolf did so well as them, but they weren't performing that well. They were the bottom of the leaderboard for their team. But it'll be interesting to see what they do here. We can see them already opting for that Sova hover. And I want to point out, last time we saw ASAP on Breeze against Sakura, they had a harbor pick that actually, like, blew us all away. And I'm wondering if we're going to see something similar. I know they're joking and possibly hovering, but I'm wondering if we'll see something similar here. What do you think is going on with these agent picks here?
Looks like the most common agent picks for Breeze, Viper, Chamber, and Jet are obviously on Sakura right here, which is the most obvious. And I feel like another obvious one would be Jet or Neon, for duelists at least. And we're seeing Hover, Neon, and Alana Hover, Chamber. And honestly, I feel like Chamber's really strong on Breeze.
Yeah, I do want to point out that they ran, I think, this same comp, I could be wrong,
Select
on
your agent.
their map against ASAP for Sakura. They ran the double initiator comp, while it was a double controller on the side of ASAP. But otherwise, we're seeing both teams the double initiator and Chamber. The only difference being that Neon versus that Jet, which we'll see how it pays off in terms of the rotation speed. Obviously, Kiwi can get a little bit around faster here. But we know Psyche is one of the star players. Psyche is one of the star players over on BFG Sakura, obviously. So, like, it'll be interesting to see how they play better on this map. Because they were only the mid-frag for their team last game. But that's because we saw these standouts from the support characters of Glitz and Castle. Which Castle, not on Killjoy anymore. They're on a Chamber. We'll see how that goes. Maybe get some more active, more aggression. What else?
I'm low-key expecting a lot of aggression from just because Kiwi is on Neon. And maybe just a tad bit from Alana, just because Alana is on Chamber.
I will say Alana was pretty aggressive in recent matches, obviously, and we kind of just like, I can remember from the previous game on them that Psycho was very selectively, like I said this at the start of the series, was very selectively aggressive, like on this map, whether it was peeking out mid doors and being able to cut off rotates that way through spawn, or being able to just like get back to a site really fast to support the team. Like they did it pretty well. Like I said, they weren't too aggressive, if that makes sense, but obviously it wasn't enough because we didn't see ASAP win, but that was one of the things they did well, and I'm hoping to see here again as we go into this first round, where we're seeing a cave and mid split here. Looks like we're gonna see a fight mid doors between Kiwi and Glitz early on. We have Anna holding this aggressive mid position, but it's Glitz with the first blood off of Kiwi. Castle fighting Alana. Yubi finally fighting Psyche over on, it looks like a lurk mid. And now it's gonna be some Viper on Viper action, possibly Yubi versus Glitz here, unless Anna has something to say with the Sheriff out of Nest. And Glitz instead is able to save them a little bit. And looks like we are seeing a rotate out of this side of Vivid here through spawn. Maybe gonna hit mid, try and get Glitz out of the way before heading over the B site. We'll go and see Anna with the sonar dart back here. Gonna go ahead and hit this mid, verify that they are in fact on the rotate towards B, and get there in time with that Sheriff in hand to go ahead and maybe deny the plant while the rest of the team rotates over. They're gonna be picking this. Anna's able to catch them with the dart out, but doesn't connect on the shot. Asper with the fragment, gonna deny any vision. They get dinked once by that fragment. 72 HP, gonna peek. The rest of the team is already there, though, and they're waiting patiently, not getting too aggressive here, as they realize both players are backside. Asper's going to peek out, not able to find it. Castle able to find Dawn after getting the trade from Glitz, and now it's Asper stuck backside, able to find Anna, running maybe for that gun upgrade, but it's going to be Castle swinging backside for the peek. Does whiff a little bit. Asper with the headshot, able to now bring it to 1v1, but they're sticking the spike here, and it's going to be a headshot from Fluorescent to seal the deal. I got nervous. Asper was doing very well isolating those 1v1s, Sunny.
That absolutely. Having an Asian or having a player who knows how to isolate those moments and being able to be very cautious about that, regardless of the situation they're in, is a really, really powerful, really valuable player. And Lana was doing just that. My brain is like cracking out right now. They were, regardless, were able to do it absolutely.
And we are seeing them, well, this time just playing more towards spawn, maybe seeing if they'll get aggressive again, like Glitz was through mid-door. They're playing really spread out. You see Alana obviously over towards window here. We see Kiwi back towards mid. Fluorescent getting aggressive on their own with a Bulldog, almost getting caught out by Aspra Cave. We're going to see that dart come through, and they almost get hit by that Sheriff before falling back in time with the rest of the team. Oh, that's not a Bulldog, it's a Stinger. That skin made it look like a Bulldog, I'm not going to lie.
Honestly, it does kind of look like.
Yeah, I did not look at when they switch the guns. That's the only time we can see it. Either way, we're seeing them make their way back towards their cave position. We're gonna see that Viper wall come up out of Yubi, and they're gonna make their way there. But Fluorescent's playing up and close with that Stinger, gonna have that 0 point go out to deny any util. The classic comes around from Dawn, but not enough as Fluorescent's able to find one. Glitz with the other. Yubi able to find Anna through their little mid position, but obviously it's Psycho with the lurk as well to find Yubi through hall, or not lurk, to find them through halls to close that out. 2-0.
Interesting. I feel like if Sakura gets to one round on Vivid, then they just struggle just to pull up from that because there was gonna be. I want to say royally screwed, but at the same time they could easily go on an eco round and pick up a couple guns, pick up a couple rifles.
It's down, guns up, get deadly.
But honestly, we'll see.
And we are going to see this time they make their way towards B elbow, but we have Psycho playing very aggressive here and gets taken out by Alana there, and now they're making their way back towards A main, where we see now Castle forced backside off of that rendezvous. Fluorescent on the very quick flank with the Stinger, they're hunting for kills, but it's Alana checking the flank, able to find that they're there, waiting for reinforcement. Fluorescent able to find Alana before getting traded out by Dawn. The spike is going to get planted as Dawn finds Fluorescent and Kiwi finds Castle. Glitz, however, does fight back, getting Dawn with that Spectre. Anna with a Ghost now coming mid-tunnel, able to get a really clean shot off of Kiwi there, but obviously that's for finding Glitz and Yubi finding Anna to give them their first round on the side of Vivid.
Yeah, UV and oh my god, UV and Asper, you know, like a couple of those guns just to get them off. off the teams that to help their teammates buy up is definitely going to be helpful. And it looks like they aren't really going to let Sakura have that even those three cushion. It looks like their eco's doing fine, but both teams are really on the line.
Yeah, I did not even realize that Glitz from that aggression from the first round already has their ultimate online and has dropped it over towards Cave, but the teams are on the complete other side of the map here, getting ready to maybe capitalize off of that drone from Dawn, and they are in fact to go as soon as they can with that dart as well, and that Viper wall from Yubi. Castle backside able to find Dawn. We're getting sprayed through the wall by Yubi off of that Sova dart. Yubi with the Viper spit of their own after that last kill is going to go ahead and try and get this spike down. I think they didn't realize that Kiwi had it. And now the plant is going to go through. Fluorescent able to find Alana. Asper able to find Psycho. And now it's a 3v3 situation, but obviously this Viper's fit in play. Fluorescent able to find Aspera, dropping this to a 3v2 situation. The 0 point coming out from main. They are going to go ahead and peek out, though. Not able to find anything. That Fragment's going to, and that Dart's going to be able to find Yubi and Kiwi, who both get taken out by Glitz. Amazing dart there from Anna, getting subbed in last minute, already making some big plays with their util in this game.
Interesting. Util's going to be this game, especially just because it's such an open map. It's really it's not complicated to get control. It's just if you don't have a smoke this map, you are going to suffer greatly from it. It looks like Sakura already has the two round advantage over Vivid, and if it doesn't close that soon, it's not gonna turn out good.
Area.
And we are seeing some split between Hall, and we're seeing some aggression from Fluorescent. Down Hall is going to probably have to face off against Alana here really fast. It only has the Headhunter, while Yubi is just like lurking over towards the B site here for the team, maybe trying to fake a site hit there. They haven't put the wall up or anything, no util wasted. And Castle is going to be rotating through. We'll see who catches who over there on that site, but they're just kind of hanging out spawn here. It's going to be some timing here, and it does look like Yubi is going to get caught out by Castle with their back turn over on the other side of the map, while the rest of the team's about to hit A here with the spike going shop right now, and the drone from Dawn going ahead and clearing right pyramid, and Yubi following it out, or not Yubi, sorry, and Kiwi following it out with that dash afterwards. We have no command come out, however, from Fluorescent here, while Glitz finds Aspera. Anna trying to deny the plant with that shock dart and is able to get two off of it. Last person left alone, Alana with the hunters, with a headhunter left in cubby, and they all just swarm her, giving it 4-1.
Now there's that 3-round advantage that they have. Now they have to start worrying, because especially after all of that, their eco's got to be stacked at least. Let's double check real quick. Looks like Sakura's eco is pretty okay. They can lose 1, maybe 2 rounds. I don't know about a third one, whereas Vivid can't really afford to buy full. Gotta at least sacrifice.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
And they're pushing down mid pretty aggressively here. Kia after getting picked up by Anna's dart, and a really crisp shot going to come through, followed up by a drone, but it's Alana able to get some aggression going to turn it back to a 4v4 out of elbow. Psyche again being almost too aggressive for once in this game. And it's Anna with the Hunter's Fury trying to deny anything, maybe get some info in the process. Just barely missing Alana and Yubi and elbow. But we see some aggression from Sakura down mid this time, kind of returning the favor here. Fluorescent's taken out by Asper, though, punishing that aggression. Glitz as well taken out by Dawn. We have that dart as well, showing them that it looks like they're going back for that ace fight. But Yubi with the spike is going to get there pretty late, giving Sakura time to rotate here. We do see Anna not quite getting hit by that 0 point, might give them some cover here. But we do see Dawn getting ready with that drone to maybe clear out anything else bridge. And now Anna left in a 3v1 situation, 4v1 situation, sorry. And they're going to get taken out by Dawn, who swings out of orange.
We're really closing up that
Act on my intel.
I don't know what to call it. Should I just, at this point, I'm just gonna call it a pillow. That's what it is right now. Like they're really closing up that advantage that they have and it's also really important to keep talking about because it's like it makes or breaks an ego. Makes or breaks the just the momentum overall. They're really not giving up. It's gonna be. I feel like it's gonna be another combination of us. Just don't give up.
Yeah, we're seeing Castle pop that Tour de Force over on the B side, but it looks like they are opting to go for an elbow mid split here. Spikes dropped and spawned on, kind of hovering around it here. They do have that Viper's wall very aggressively through mid. That wall sometimes works really well. And they're kind of trying to make, looks like they're trying to take mid doors, but there's 3 members stacked on the A site here. It'll be interesting to see as they make their way now through elbow. We did see kind of a little pick there off of elbow, but you'll be trying to still fight for that trade. Doesn't look like it's happening soon, and it's Fluorescent who finds Aspra instead over on the A site mid doors there. And we do see as well Blitz repositioning to help them out as well. And these last 2 members in this 5v2 situation are left with Spike and elbow, and you'll be able to find Psycho. And now they dart mid door and maybe fake that they're going towards the A site, but instead they are heading towards B. And they're going ahead and making their way back towards this B site where the Tour de Force is waiting. A wall being shot, able to drop them to 22 HP, but also
30 seconds left.
getting Castle pretty low. And they're both, yeah, it's going to be a 4v2 situation. Dawn getting hit through the wall after getting pinged by that dart from by Fluorescent. Tour de Force trying to find UB trapped in that corner here. Gonna be good for 1, but getting splashed out by Fluorescent. Blitz is able to find the pick. And they get the defuse.
Maybe not having someone there to swing off of and play with definitely is like that round a little harder. Because it seems like both teams tend to do well. Someone else, at least one extra. They've got this 3-round advantage. They've really got a it has to close. If of winning or at least getting this half especially fairly close, and it looks like their egos like it's a mixture. It's like not being able to buy, it can buy up to a defense, up to a point, whereas the defense they can definitely lose at least 1. Maximum 1. I'm pushing it to say 2.
I think my thoughts are that BFG Sakura is really turning their performance around from their semifinals against ASAP. They won 0 rounds once the sides have swapped and they were on the defensive side. All the 6 rounds they won in that 13-6 game were on the attack actually, which is very interesting to me. And so they're doing great in my opinion, because obviously they were to pick up 6 rounds off of ASAP on the attack. So them doing this well in the defense is just setting them up for an even better next half, you know?
Indeed. That's alright, it gives us more time to go over the stats just a tad bit. But I don't know what to do much about these strategies currently. I feel like they have to, I want to say push, not B, like, I don't know how a mid out for them. Oh.
Yeah. Like I said, Psycho's been playing pretty aggressive, and I think those mid pushes are what's been, like, enabling them to take out that force that was so, like, such a problem to deal with on Ascent in some rounds. So, like, we haven't gotten to see as much out of Psycho. We can see they're 3-5, but they do have the Blade Storm online, so we might see something out of this round. Yubi showing us we might have some lineups here. I do love me some Viper lineups on Breeze, personally. You can't see that, obviously, because we're on a tech pause, but they are, like, showing off their lineups to us, at least. So we'll see some of those. And, like I said, I think Yubi, that's another thing from Vivid, swapping over to the controller after yesterday being, it was Sage and Chamber, I think, has, like, definitely, like, they're doing a lot better. Like, they were Omen, like, almost top frag on Ascent, and now, like, their top frag right now is 6-5 on Viper, you know, for a Vivid.
Looks like Yubi's found their class found agent somewhere.
Exactly. And I think what else can we talk about here? They have 4 ultimates, you know, and there's 4 ultimates on the side of not Yubi. Yubi's on the side of Vivid, so I guess it counts. But they're the only one without an ultimate on the side of Vivid. So we have the Tour de Force. We have what is Neon's ultimate called? I want to say like Ultra Drive or something, but I could be wrong.
Overdrive.
Overdrive. See, I knew there was a drive. Over Ultra. We have the Hunter's Fury for Dawn, and we have the Null Command for Aspra. So it'll definitely be interesting there. And I wonder what else we'll go ahead and see happen in the rest of this half, you know?
I would like to see more ultimate usage, just because I think I meant comment last game that I did see a lot of ultimate usage, but I did see a lot of utility. Honestly, that's fine. These ultimates are ultimates for really help.
We saw a lot in the second half on Ascent here. We've already seen both Viper's Pits used once, on Breeze this half alone. And we can see we see on our screens over on the side of Sakura that Glitz already has their ultimate again being 10-3. So they'll definitely be able to use that on the defensive side. Oh, also, Yubi's only 2 off from the ult. So they get the Orb and the Plant, which they have Spike right now, then that could be another one for them as well. What else can we analyze? I think Anna. Oh, we can talk about Anna. Anna, the last minute sub back in, popping off as well, like with that util usage. I think like we can see they have 3 assists already in the 7th round. And like I feel like they should have definitely more than that. They've been helping out a lot. Those darts have been just like, I think like 3 or 4 of Glitz's kills alone are from Sova darts, not gonna lie.
Honestly, that's 100% fine, because I expect, what is the class? What are their classes? Initiator? I expect Initiator to get mostly info.
Exactly, and we are going back to the game where the round is now just starting. We're seeing Castle get pretty aggressive here, B main, followed by Psyche, who gets spotted out at a 0 point, losing that Blaze Storm. Wait, no, I'm wrong. They just pulled their knife out. But it's obviously Kiwi with the Sheriff able to collect Castle's gun after that aggression getting punished. They do have this Viper Wall up elbow, which Psyche is going to try and play off of possibly. And we have Glitz there to reinforce. Psyche's going to pick it alone, though. And Kiwi's there to punish with 2 now for the round. Faking a rotate back in Fluorescent as well, getting too aggressive. Kiwi now with 3. Looking for a 4th, but Glitz is able to stop their rampage. Alana now left here to stop anybody through elbow. It's going to be Glitz and Alana, maybe? No, Glitz has the timing. It makes it now towards main, but are they going to check window? And they are. It's Alana there, but Alana gets taken out. They know Yubi is backside on the reload. Now a 2v2 situation, but Yubi's able to find Glitz, making now Anna the only one left. They know where Yubi is, but not quite the other player, who's now fighting just alone, kind of. And finally, Dawn uses that timing to get behind Anna and take them out, bring this to a 5-3.
Let's go. That cushion is especially, like, it's been shortened, which is honestly, that's because it gives Vivid a little more of no advantage, because it's probably at it now. It looks a little tanked, but they're able to buy at least buy 1 more round.
Deep breath.
And they are stacked once again to this B site because they really haven't been shut down that much on these attempts. And once again, we just see Glitz over on the A site using that Viper's Pit to shut anything there. Castle with the Operator able to shut down Aspra. I thought it was going to be Alana picking that, but Alana's holding mid with the Tour de Force. That they have also used the 3 other ultimates, Overdrive, Viper's Pit, and Hunter's Fury still online as well for Vivid as they make their way back towards spawn.
I think they're just playing for this point. There's not much they can do because their guns are not a deal. It's definitely getting picks. Tough guns, better guns. Cutting down the numbers quite a bit.
Yeah, we have less than a minute on the clock, and they are trying to hit this A site with Alana holding mid, using that Tour de Force to cut off any rotates. It looks like they're not going to find any as the rest of the team is headed through spawn. Instead, maybe up towards Hall, where obviously Chamber Strip hasn't picked anything up. They're going to use this dart from Dawn, but Blitz is able to find one before getting traded out by Kiwi. And now the Viper's Pit is gone. Only 30 seconds left on the clock. It's a 4v3 situation. The wall from Yubi is up. Kiwi trying to use more to go and head and get this out. Also the overdrive coming out to try and clear side out. Psyche able to get Yubi though through the wall to drop the spike. We do see Fluorescent there, but gets taken out by Kiwi before getting traded up by Anna. And now with the Lana with the Tour de Force. 15 left seconds on the clock. Tries to get the shot on Psyche. Whiffs. Castle now there with the operator trying to find them on their own. Psyche gets taken out with Alana with the Headhunter. Now it's a Headhunter versus Headhunter. Castle playing it really close and is able to get the pick. Bring it to a 6-3. That was very close. Very scary.
Honestly, yeah, just a tad bit, especially that Neon ultimate. I was expecting a little more, but then again, it's Neon. Neon's literally on. So it's definitely interesting. And especially we do have this three-round gap once again, and teams are still struggling a tad bit on their eco. But we have Castle over here with an operator chamber. I would not want to contest that.
Yeah, and we saw it last round.
Again, it's like, what are you gonna do?
This is very true. This time Castle's positioned over on the A site up top of Pyramid trying to throw people off. Once again, we're seeing this B hit as the null command comes out from Aspra. They're using it to aggressively hit it. We're also seeing Alana again just lurking, trying to take out those mid rotates, but they're not going to come through as the entire team is headed through spawn. We are seeing Kiwi try and deny any nest vision here as they're headed through mid using Yubi's wall. We're going to see a flash come out. Kind of just flashes Kiwi though, as the rest of the team is now positioned back site and CT for BFG. They're able to find one, but Psyche gets the trade off at Kiwi. And Alana coming through with the flank and maybe hit Castle here through nest. They're just waiting because the spike is ticking down. I think they are going to get the timing on Castle. Just barely, they just barely get missed from the box blocking them. And now it's too late as Lana's there. Gonna try and hit Castle. Whiffed a little bit, but able to get the pick. It's now a 1v1 situation because Fluorescent is down still. And it's honestly the Headhunter coming out, both whiffing, but Glitz good for the kill. And everybody in chat talking about how chaotic that round was with their whiff shots.
That feels a little chaotic. I love watching because it's one, funny, two is, I mean, it's a good laugh, good little bit of mental reset. But
they're both doing great too.
It looks like we do have 2 ultimates up. Is, I mean, they're pretty good retail. Viper's Pit is very good for sight and just around, whereas Hunter's Sphere is really.
Gotta go.
Yeah, we do see the round start now here as they're making their way. Just kind of hanging out spawn here. We do see again Glitz playing that mid door, more aggressive positioning.
This is a little bit of an aggressive stance, I would say. They do have deagles, and there are always better guns that can best mid deagle.
Take flight.
It just looks like they're going. I think they're just waiting at this point. Not really. They don't really take sight, really.
Yes, and we do see Fluorescent now on the flank here as they're making their way into the A side, but they're going to be met by Psyche, who's able to get 2, and now 3. Fluorescent on that flank was able to find Kiwi. Aspra finally able to shut down Psyche as they now enter site, and now Aspra a 1v3 situation as they kind of make their way. They have the spike planted. They're going to swing, but it's Glitz to take them out and bring this now to 8-3 as long as they clearly will get the defuse.
Definitely interesting. Giving a run right now is giving a run for Vivid's money at this point, and especially the 8-3 is. I mean, I don't mean it. Is it anything? But I'm thinking a 9.
Ooh. Nah, because I told you already that the 6 rounds that they got for ASAP were on the attack, and they're on the defense right now. So I definitely think they learned something from their semis, you know?
This is just the start.
Nah. Wait, you said you're still on Sakura's side, but yeah, no, come on. You're being very vivid-sided here.
Am I? Am I just, is it just psychological?
You're psychologically towards Vivid's side.
I am. No, listen.
You're trying to fight yourself.
I'm
Fight your internal feelings here.
psychologically aware.
Are you sure? Either way,
Yes, actually.
regardless of our stances, we are seeing some A presence, some mid presence. They're trying to get in that mid control using that wall, but it's not really working there as Fluorescent's able to find Asper through said wall, and Yubi's forced kind of into vent so that they don't get sprayed. We see Psycho again kind of getting aggressive towards mid tunnel now, trying to peek mid. We'll see if they're able to find Yubi here as they kind of progress up. The rest of the team's on their way towards the B site though, and it looks like Yubi's just here kind of trying to play for a flank maybe, off of anybody who's rotating through. I do see Fluorescent's low on health though. It looks like Psycho very close as they are about to hit this A site. Sorry, B site. This site.
That's honestly fine. Oh, yeah, Psycho's definitely gonna take a couple down. They don't know where.
Yes, they are able to find Dawn. Yubi able to cut off one of the rotators before getting traded out by Anna, and it's Kiwi gonna finally shut down Psycho and discover where Anna is playing that nest position, but they're gonna get discovered by that dart from the back site, and they're gonna try and get that Hunter's Fury, but it's against a Neon, so the dash is, you know, it's a 2v2 situation with Castle being really late on the rotate here. We'll see if they're able to do anything, and it's Anna speaking through tunnel. They destroy the rendezvous, but it's Lana mid pyramid. We're gonna see maybe a late drone from Anna. We're trying to figure out what they wanted to do here, but Kiwi gonna peek out with the timing and get traded out by Alana, bringing this into Alana's hands, chamber versus chamber, and it's Castle just barely getting off the shot, and it's Alana 70 HP with the clutch. Now at 8-4. Oh, it doesn't look like you're seeing that 9-3 you wanted.
I mean, honestly,
That's a good spot.
that 9-3 is
Coordinated.
very.
They didn't want it. They didn't want the 9-3.
They didn't want it that badly.
Well, no, they didn't want the curse, so they purposely gave them that round, you know?
Honestly, yeah, because that curse is a real guy. That round was
Exactly.
that half was interesting.
Yeah, I feel like they just like lean towards the B site like every single round, and then like A site was only an afterthought. Other than I think only on the pistol round is when they really truly hit A, which was interesting to me. And now, like I said, 8-4. We'll see if you're right, but like I said, their 6 rounds they won against ASAP were on the attack, so I'm guessing we'll see some coordination here. We see them going towards this mid hit, destroying that Sova dart from Dawn, and once they realize there's people there, ooh, Psyche getting hit with the Sova shock dart along with Fluorescent. That was a big shock dart out of Dawn, and we're gonna see now them kind of stuck here. Side mid with them being dropped down 30 HP, while the Spike and Castle are making their way down B main here. Dawn once again playing Nest. Might see them peek out here again and face off against Fluorescent, and we're gonna see a wall from Glitz to close out any view from Nest. What's interesting to me here is we see Kiwi and Alana on the long flank through spawn from that A site as they're now taking the B and probably gonna be good for the plant. We see Anna planting here, and we're gonna see it looks like Psyche going to watch from window. I think they're gonna be the first point of contact on these flankers as they now are trying to clear out elbow here, because that trip is just really far away. Kiwi's able to find Glitz somehow, and we do see Yubi get traded out. Anna and Fluorescent fighting Dawn and Yubi, and it's Alana on the flank whiffing the shot, but finally able to find Alana. But obviously Kiwi gets found by Psyche's lurk, and Psyche gets traded out from Alana, and now it's Asper from tunnel. Fluorescent being really, really low, could get wallbang. They see the barrel of their gun, and there it is through the wall, and Alana for 4 on the flank gets them the defuse.
Lana being very, very excited. I love seeing enthusiasm. Definitely they're getting their momentum.
Trust me, they will
That
make
group.
mistakes. When they do,
And
take
that's
advantage.
it's always good. It's always good to see players getting their momentum back, especially after literally getting screwed over. And attack. They're probably gonna attack. Right, like
And-
speaking of eco, it looks like Vivid is forcing as much as they can,
Yeah,
whereas
takes over.
Sakura
Go, go, go!
saving.
I mean, they lost the pistols, so it makes sense. What's interesting to me is Kiwi with the Bulldog trying to play off of this pop flash out of mid doors. Thanks to Asper, but it wasn't able to find anybody as Castle decided to fall back, and now is finally setting up that rendezvous here to hold any rotates through mid. But like I said, Kiwi playing really aggressively here with Alana mid, isn't able to find Kiwi. Alana also finds Psycho. Again, we're just like having domination as now Dawn is able to find Fluorescent. But somehow the spike is gonna get down. They're gonna get that plant money over on the B side thanks to Blitz. And if Blitz can work some magic, we might see some kills here and some. But the wall is gonna fall, and they might have the timing on Alana. Aspera finds Anna now, and it is gonna have Dawn is gonna have to save Kiwi here, and they're thanking them right there, obviously. And it's gonna be Alana for the defuse.
That was honestly especially that last 2v1, that specific situation kind of scary. Because if someone was shooting me with a pistol and I was down, I don't know what I'd do. I think I'd movement diff the mic. It doesn't really work there. But it looks like I think Vivid is. I mean, that was their first round. They're not able to buy this round, so
They're bonusing.
A little bit of bonus.
Nobody died.
Oh yeah, that is true. Bonusing. Hopefully next round, if they die here. Whereas Sakura's going for it. Sakura's just going for it.
Yeah, I feel like they've been playing a little bit too split and using these worst guns. They're trying to get some aggression shop here going. Kiwi trying to flank through cave as their busy shop. It's Anna, though, able to get Dawn, and Glitz able to find one of their own now. And I don't think they realize Kiwi's there. We have Castle mid trying to take out Yubi, who's now just crouched for their life behind the box. And they're going to be able to get out somehow back to the B site through tunnel. And now Alana's holding CT mid doors, trying to make sure that Castle doesn't come through. The spike is going to get planted by Anna, who's at half health on left pyramid of all places. And Alana with the Marshal now holding CT, clearing stairs, clearing all their angles before pulling out the Headhunter, trying to initiate this retake.
Yeah, they're just any sign, any noise.
We are going to see Yubi moving the stairs where Castle's able to find them. Anna's able to get killed by Alana with the Headhunter before getting traded out by Psyche, who swings from Pyramid. And I mean, it was a pretty good. They got 2 of them for their bonus from that aggression shock, but otherwise, good round.
Indeed. Yeah, it looks like the players are in. Being mid, Castle trying to get that kill. That was really interesting to watch. I did not know you could crouch behind that and not get hit from low.
I did not know either. That was pretty funny. I'll have to use that in one of my games because I die from that angle a lot, and so I don't like Breeze. We are seeing once again Castle lurking mid, just like Alana did in the previous half, and it's Alana mid door though, and looks like we are seeing them push their way through halls where that trip from chamber is working. Although they might get Dawn here, and it's gonna be Dawn and Fluorescent trying to fight off while Alana was able to find Castle from that mid door positioning. Fluorescent does get hit by the shock dart, but is able to pop flash out of doors. And they catch Alana on the TP and also is able to find Kiwi before getting traded out by Dawn. And now Psyche stuck orange, waiting for the rest of the team who's going to be able to plant the right pyramid. Psyche playing this aggressive position up orange. Going to try and hit Dawn here. They can hear them reloading, know that they're there. I don't think they realize it though. The shock dart might throw them off a little bit too from Psyche being there. See if they clear this angle. They're going to have the dart pulled out. Gonna try and dart here, and they are gonna swing, and Psycho good for 1, but Yubi's on the flank. Aspera able to get that trade on Psycho. They know Glitz is cubby, so they're repositioning here. Yubi again grouping up now with Aspera to the pyramid. They swing and are able to find Glitz, but now their trade here, and now it's gonna be Anna versus Yubi. Anna good for the pick and good for the round. 10-6, and I was looking like we might see a third map against your wishes, Sini.
Honestly, that's alright.
This might go to 6 a.m. Oh my gosh.
I simply looks like there's this 4-round push in here, and it looks like Vivid will have a hard chance getting back, especially this far, because Sakura does have the advantage, has the momentum advantage. They have the equal advantage.
Yeah, we are gonna see Tour de Force out of Alana here, but then Ultimate and Fluorescent is gonna get them on site possibly, but Yubi saying no, able to find Psycho and Fluorescent. We're gonna trade out by Glitz with that Sheriff alone. Castle able to find 2 though on the rotate. Dawn able to finally shut down Castle. Well, not without Anna getting the res off of Fluorescent, and now we see a quick flank coming out of Vivid here to try and capitalize on this Viper's Pit. The Snakebite closing them out. We do see one option to go towards window, possibly on the side of Vivid here. We see Aspera trying to play a different position. Maybe you're going to spray through the smoke here. It looks like they are going to upgrade. Not an upgrade, they just changed guns. Or guns. No, it was And they're going to go ahead and use that dart that's now reloaded, but they are at 48 health. It's not going to catch anybody. Anna going to play aggressive here and peek, able to find Dawn. Asper looking for 1, but honestly, it's Anna with 2 to close out the round. 11-6, and they still have the Hunter's Fury for next round.
What do you say, drone?
And Bladestorm.
The Hunter's Spear is very valuable ultimate to have, especially. Whereas on defense we have Neon. It's gonna be very bad against character. But on the other side, we also have both sides here have we can use or I wouldn't say read pose the plan out of it. Whereas hack for close. It seems like and no commit. I actually really like no commit because it shut down everything.
And now that this timeout is over, obviously they know that they need something to change since there is that 5-round gap you talked about, and they are kind of still playing. It looks very similar, like spread of people. Once again, it looks like it's going to be a B hit here on the side of BFG Sakura.
In we go.
And they're going to kind of see Yubi there with that orb to try and deny it, but they're going to say they don't care. Psyche kind of updrafting here. Did they get the 0 point destroyed? And that's been able to clear out back sight here, maybe get a ping off. And they're going to try and find Yubi using that Hunter's Fury. But it's Psyche getting caught by their own Hunter's Fury off of that dash, and that dart's going to reveal that they've made it back sight. Psyche able to find Yubi though from mid-pillar. And 56 HP, they're able to go back sight now. And there's 2 people already mid though. It's a 4v5 retake here, but very low health from most of the people on BFG Sakura. And they're just playing really close, trying to get... They've set up multiple crossfires here, both on backside and on just Spike in general here. I don't think they're going to spot that person in that corner there. They are able to find 1, but Dawn gets the... Dawn's able to get... Anna able to get 2. Now it's suddenly a 2v1 situation. Castle getting wallbanged. Alana sticking the Spike, and it's Kiwi good for the shot, defending Alana the diffuser.
They didn't actually think so.
11-7 is definitely interesting. Because, I just feel like they're catching up just a tad bit, but it's a struggle. I would like to see a lot of these ultimates be used because I want to say 6
That works.
ultimates that are up and running, or up and ready. And especially this Viper Pit on defense, I'm hoping that we'll see it to just hold sight and to
Get out of my way!
just not let anyone delay that.
We do see the Bladestorm come out from Psycho here, and we're just kind of seeing some mid-aggression from Castle and Fluorescent trying to play together here, maybe cut off any rotates that are happening early on. We do see Kiwi playing really close with the Sheriff though, looking for anybody if they are caught not checking that angle. We see the dart come out from here. They get half health off of Fluorescent, but do lose their life as a result. And we're going to see Psyche trying to enter off of that drone here. And they're just going to have that wall as well from Glitz. The updraft, splash back sight, just barely missing. Alana, who's able to get 2 now, and 3. Now Castle's left mid in a 4v1 situation. And it's going to be Alana getting taken out before getting traded up by Dawn from Orange. That was just
they're
tragic.
closing up this gap. Closing up this gap. They're not willing to go down without a fight.
And we just saw Alana just barely get missed because of that jet smoke from Psycho, and they were able to just like capitalize off of it as soon as there was that whiff on the Bladestorm, you know?
The Bladestorm was definitely unfortunate.
Into the unknown.
There are 4 ultimates as well on the side of Vivid here,
You
so I
want
think
to
that you
play?
are right that
Let's
they're going to be able to
play.
close this gap a little bit further. We can already see, though, the 1 ultimate on the side of BFG Sakura trying to stop this with that tour de force, trying to make something of this like segmented buy that they have here. And it looks like they are kind of playing up towards mid. We already see Fluorescent almost a mid-tunnel here holding Nest. And they're making sure nobody's aggressing towards B main here. While Castle designed to hold mid-door for any rotates off of that smoke from Psyche. And they decide they're just going to make their way further deep mid. Psyche now joining up with Fluorescent to hold Nest here. And maybe initiate the speed side hit. Yep, we see the wall from Glitz go in. The null command, however, coming out for Aspera, making them kind of question that choice here. And we're just now kind of heading into this 45-second time where it's still a 5v5 situation. And they still have only 2 people on the B site for the team for Vivid, but they do see now finally one making their way into Nest, and that drone is going to be sent out here to maybe catch if there is somebody here playing right below Nest. And I'm worried they're going to use a Hunter Fury to stall out the plant, but a Psycho getting one for Yubi. Bound drop to 30 HP, able to find another backside, clearing out the site finally. And they're just now, like I said, Vivid, Dawn trying to deny this plant. 15 seconds left on the clock. Is able to take out Glitz, but it's Anna good for the plant now. 4v3 situation, but Psyche at very low health. This could easily become a 3v3, and Kiwi still has the overdrive online as a last measure if needed. We don't see it quite yet here. That Shark Dart's going to come through and just barely miss. Same with that stun. And Psyche does get stunned, but it's Anna for the trade here. And now it's a 3v1 situation. Alana fighting, able to find Anna. Now they don't know that there's 2 tunnel. They only think that there's 1, so they're still having to clear all these angles as they make their way towards the spike. Gonna try and get this defuse, but it's Castle with the Tour de Force, able to get the cross and got this to match point.
Match point.
This is gonna
It seems like Sakura is definitely going for that win, especially because they can buy here. Whereas Vivid is really, their eco struggling a bit. And they're both, yeah, Sakura just seems to have an easier chance on this map more than others. More than how Vivid's doing.
a gift.
Yeah,
and we got like 4 ultimates, 2 Zubies, but I'm looking at, especially this one being used.
It does look like they're using that 0 point to try and fake a B hit while the rest of the team's on their way to A. We do see again a pairing of Castle and Fluorescent trying to make their way down mid and kind of just like gonna try and use this time. We do see obviously Kiwi now clearing out elbow to make sure that Fluorescent isn't still sticking around here. And now they're just coming through mid, and it's Alana with that Tour de Force able to find Psyche, but Fluorescent's able to find Aspera, Castle able to find Kiwi, using that frag to deny any mid-door vision. 30 HP Fluorescent, Alana also low, able to find Glitz regardless of that shock dart coming in. 30 HP and in a snake bite though, trying to get out of the way. And BFG is going to be able to find, BFG Fluorescent able to find Yubi, Castle able to find Alana. 12, 8, 2 low HP, 3v1 situation. And Anna able to find Dawn. 13, 8, we are going to a map 3 for the first time in the post-semifinals. And we'll be heading over to, we're going to be heading to Haven, which we haven't seen either map on, like either team on this map. It's completely
That is true.
We knew like on Ascent that both of these teams had won a match already on it pretty well, and we knew on Breeze that it was Vivid's pick and they were trying to hit BFG where it hurt, but obviously 13-8, BFG Sakura learned something from their game against ASAP.
It was, I would have assumed that Vivid would have had this past luck on it, but it seems like that's just that which is this game, and I mean, I'm not upset with the turnout. I'm impressed actually, because I thought Sakura would struggle a little more on this map than I originally.
I completely agree as well. Like I said, once I saw they were doing that well on the defense, I like asked my stat person. I was like, "Wait, is this the same team? Did they get their 6 rounds? How was it split?" I was trying to figure out where they got those 6 rounds, and when they said that all 6 rounds were on the attack, I was like, "Wait a minute." They're gonna do really well on the attack, and like I was surprised that they struggled more on the attack than the defense, but ultimately they were able to stay alive just long enough to get themselves, kind of drag themselves across that finish line to 13-8.
Yeah, definitely interesting, and especially this this map specifically, because it was so open and they had agents that were able to Viper duo. Oh my god.
I know. We saw some amazing KO of Viper duos. Like you said, Fluorescent, when they played with Glitz on the defense, was pretty impressive. And then Fluorescent, like, just completely abandoned them and paired up with Psycho or Castle when they were, like, on the attack, when they were holding down that mid and those rotates and taking, like, control. Which is, like, I think what they have to change is, like, they kind of gave too much control over to BFG Sakura when they were on defense. And they can't do that on Haven because there's 3 maps, obviously. Like, you're going to get flanked every second if you do that.
Yeah, gotta be definitely careful. Haven is a pretty big map. That's the thing. And you definitely have to have like that flank hold, and I'm expecting Sentinel picks for sure.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a double Sentinel for once in this series. We haven't seen it so far. Either way, it's been amazing map 1 and now map 2. We're going to go to a 3rd map here after the break, which will be Haven. But I just want to say to everybody on stream, thank you so far. And I want everybody to give a great round of applause to Cindy, who will be heading out for the evening, but has been an amazing co-caster. We'll be getting Soju after the break to finish out the series and finish out our 3rd place match. So thank you, Cindy, and we will be back after break.
I will be watching in the wing.
Of course. Hello, hello, and welcome back for the third and final map for our third place match of the Agents of Artemis Summoner Society tournament. And I would like to welcome everybody back and welcome my new color caster for this third and final round. Welcome back, Soju. I know we were together a few days ago.
It's good to be back.
Yes. Are you excited for this third map?
Yes. I actually haven't seen Vivid Obsidian play in a while, so I'm very excited to see like how much they've over the past month.
Yeah, you said you knew Yubi when we were talking about how like
Yeah.
Blitz and Yubi have been standout controllers. So
Definitely.
I can definitely understand that as well. And we saw a very close game on Ascent. Like we said, it was 16-14 and Vivid took it. And then it wasn't a blowout, but it was still like definitely a different team for on side of Sakura on Breeze than we saw in ASAP, which we commentated together. And I have no clue how Haven's gonna go, but what do you think like Vivid needs to change compared to Breeze? I guess you didn't get to see Breeze, but
Yeah, I didn't get to watch it pass too much. It looks like it was quite competitive. Like I really didn't expect a third map to go on, but I'm very excited to see how things go.
yes. And I believe as we get the match started, we're probably gonna see. My guess is Glitch is gonna go back to their Astra roots, but I have no clue what any of the other like picks are gonna be. I feel like we could see a double Sova again on like Dawn, and maybe Anna was a recent sub. That's something I tell you about Soju was that we had somebody named Artewolf on Ascent as Sova, and then Anna came in for Sova on Breeze and just blew it out of the water, I'd say, as a like mid-game, mid-series sub. And yeah, other than that, Kiwi's been running Duelist, but they've switched around a little bit. They went from Jet to Neon, while Psycho's been just on Jet, both maps of the series. We've seen Castle jump around a little bit. Castle went from a Killjoy to a Chamber. We saw, like I said, Yubi we talked about was a controller both times, but they changed from an Omen to a different person. And we are going to be able to, like I said, get some controller comparison here as we go to a stat graphic of our controllers, which, like I said, it's been very, very interesting. Do you want to analyze this a little bit more on your end, Soju?
I'm actually really interested in the pick of like Astra coming from Yubi. I really don't see her being played out lately since Astra has come out of meta since like she was quite nerfed by Narite, but I'm very excited to see if she'll be playing Astra in the next map.
I feel like Haven's definitely one of the maps I play Astra more often on, and I think just like a major difference we've seen between these two players is that Glitz has been just very up close and personal and like aggressive as a controller. I feel like on Ascent, like when they were on the defense, they were like the first contact point in Tree off those gravity walls, which was very interesting. And then on very similarly, like on defense for them on Breeze, they were playing mid doors a lot, which is an interesting position for a Viper as well to me. Which is why I think like Glitz has those higher stats, while Yubi's been a little bit further back. Either way, it's been very impressive. I think those agents are a little bit swapped because Glitch was Astra and Viper, and Yubi was Omen and Viper. But either way, impressive controllers all around from both of them, and that's why we've kind of chosen to compare them over some of our like duelist agents, as we are, getting ready to go into this map. What do you think you're going to see in terms of team comps, like a double initiator, double controller, or?
In terms of team comps, I feel like I definitely want to see a double initiator. It definitely helps for Haven's. The only map with 3 maps besides, so yeah.
And as we move into Agent Select, we'll go ahead and see if your predictions are true, which right now we are seeing a hover for Dawn and Aspera over that double initiator that you would like to see. We're seeing a double, like we're only seeing a single Sentinel, which would be interesting. I think they're just moving around a lot, obviously. And it'll definitely be, we see Fluorescent already locking in, which Fluorescent played KO in the both past matches, so I don't think Breach will be a stretch, but otherwise, what else do you think is standing out to you, Soju?
I feel like that hover over Yoru is a bit of a standout, but it seems like Yubi has switched to hover instead.
Yes, they've been joking around with us a lot, but what else is kind of interesting over here?
Honestly, I would love to see Reyna being played out. I have not seen her in the competitive scene after she got buffed.
I also, like I said, we're seeing Kiwi with a third kind of duelist under their belt if they do opt to go for it over the Chamber, which will be interesting. And we're just kind of like, we can go over and look at, obviously, Sakura now that they're completely locked in. Psycho finally showing a different duelist as well from Jet.
Choose your agent.
And I'm excited to see Glitz back on Astra, personally.
Yeah, definitely.
And
I feel like Haven is definitely one of the mobs where like Astra just completely takes over. Her ult especially just has so much potential for playing post-man.
I completely agree. That's why like Astra is one of my picks after KJ on this map. And we're gonna see a very similar comp from the other team. We see that double initiator. We're seeing only like, I'm kind of sad with the 3 sites. They're only going the one sentinel, which is really sad. But otherwise, we're seeing a Phoenix out of Alana, which is very interesting. Otherwise, like I said, UB and Glitz returning to their controllers from the first map, so it'll be interesting to see if their playstyle is similar. And what else are you expecting out of this map, Soju?
I'm expecting some pretty heavy entries, given that it's a map that's heavily sided to attack. So I'm hoping to see like lots of aggressive movement coming out of both teams.
I completely agree, and I'm not much of a breach person just because of like the flash simulator kind of things that ensue when you play with them, and that's why I'm kind of not concerned, but kind of like surprised that there's not like a Jet to play off of that kind of util from breach. But I definitely think like both having a breach and an Astra is gonna be annoying if you get stunned and then like gravity welled and then someone peeks you. Like you said, that'll come in handy on the attack. But first, we obviously see BFG Sakura on the side of the defense as we get into started with this first round. What are you making of this like spread of players?
As usual, they're taking on the 2-1-2 like stance, which I'm definitely like partial to, especially when you're playing Haven. You kind of just want to like spread out a little and like take as much space as you can.
And I do like that Astra playing as well, kind of between sites.
Definitely. It does seem like they're going for a C push as well, which is interesting because I don't see this happening in first round often.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Yubi with that early smoke off of Garage, and they're kind of holding that eye for once they finally get on site. We're gonna see a trade from the enemy Fade as well, and Anna playing off of that bomb bot very well, able to get a pick off of Dawn. Vivid's gonna get the trade off of Castle. Psyche able to find Alana, give that trade back as well. And they've been forced back into Cubby and Main. Following up the Prowler from Anna confirms that there is in fact someone Cubby. Astra tries to get a Prowler going of their own, but it is gonna not connect, and it's gonna be them swinging together. Yubi, however, gets 2 as they focus too much on the person Cubby here, and now it's obviously it's now a 2v2, but Fluorescent on the flank able to get both, and now defenders win, bringing Sakura to a lead in this first map, the third map, first round.
Fluorescent's timing though, that was absolutely insane. Just flanking out like right on the first round.
I got very scared when Yubi like got 2.
Yeah, that was actually. Yubi's such an amazing player. It's so godlike. I'm so glad I'm finally seeing her again.
Yes, and what's interesting here is we see, I thought Psyche was about to go with a Phantom, but we're seeing that Spectre by, and we're seeing now some hovering outside of mid, right?
Only 2 bullets to play up though, too.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they thought that Anna was going to push out of doors there, but instead we're seeing Kiwi try to hold window off of UB's smoke, as they're kind of looking like they're going for a... Since they have that player over on A, we have 2 people pushing up. We have Fluorescent there, is going to be taken out by Yubi, but there's another player up close and personal. We're going to see Glitz can get the trade, but now we see Asper going over to reinforce his hold. Glitz, however, does get dropped to half health with the Spectre, and looks like Asper's going to go and try and collect that gun with that pick, but we're going to see that Astral Star kind of go out to delay and allow Glitz to kind of fake an escape here, while the rest of the team's making their way to the B site where Castle has a Spectre here. Alana's gonna get caught with the flash out, but it's ultimately Dawn who takes the brunt of the attack, getting Castle dropped lower on HP as well. And now the team's worried about the flank, where they, rightfully so, have Psycho waiting, but Asper's able to find the trade there, and they are able to collect the gun, but it's Dawn who gets the gun and has that basically 0 HP.
How Sakura just like casually just plays off Asper's though is something that quite stands out to me. Like, I love how they're actually making use of her smokes.
Exactly. And now they're just kind of trapped grass here. They're going to try and use that breach stun from Dawn to maybe like fake a B hit while they go now Garage, where Anna's kind of waiting CT for C, and we're now seeing Castle rotate over through the B site over towards maybe that Garage positioning, and I think they've read that this is going to be a C hit here as we're getting ready with that Fade Eye, and it's gonna guarantee that no one's backside. But now we're gonna see yet another eye from them, and we're gonna have a clear out of Garage, but it's Anna backside able to find 1. We're gonna trade it out, and Asper with now 2. 8 bullets, 26 HP, and Castle's gonna swing right into their crosshair, but Castle with the health advantage is able to get the pick, and like, I think save the round, personally.
That was quite close to Vivid though. They really could have won that round.
Completely agree. I was like,
Let us see what's
2v4, it's in the bag. But then I think it was just like, they just kind of paid too much attention to Anna there. Or sorry, Anna swung out alone, number one. And then, like I said, they kind of thought Anna had it, and they just like, no, they paid attention too much to Dawn there, even though Dawn was the one that was 8 HP, and then Asper just got that little flank round, got the 2. Either way.
I feel like it just like highlights how much more than they love each other's content.
Exactly. And it almost worked there very, very well. But ultimately it was the contact Castle had, the knowledge of where they were, because they didn't really reposition after that kill. We do see Fluorescent almost get the orb, taps it, and then realizes they might get swung here as Alana's holding towards now Sewers and Long. And it looks like they are going to try and stray towards this A hit, and we just see Dawn kind of like, not Dawn, sorry, we do just see, no, yeah, I was right. I'm questioning myself. We see Dawn kind of hanging back there, trying to collect any information from anybody pushing out grass. Now Alana's kind of clearing out Long, getting them ready for the sight hit, where we are going to see a trade of breach stuns. Kiwi is able to find Anna, Alana able to find Fluorescent, as Alana is now using that pick as an entry, especially with that flash, clearing out all these angles, and it's going to be a 5v3 retake here.
It's so nice to see like they're finally like being able to enter onto site though, and now they'll be playing up the side, and hopefully they'll be able to get the first round on board then.
And we do see them stalling out these CT players with their util. We saw that Phoenix Molly, for example, and we do see them holding across here. We have Kiwi from short, and they are using now that breach util to kind of stall. Castle's able to get the trade here, but it's ultimately Dawn that swings out of hell to get basically the 3k to close out and give them, like you said, their first round in this map.
That was a beautiful thing coming out of Psycho. It's just a shame that they were unfortunately hit by the util.
They're setting up that double satchel, and it just fell through.
I love race players, so it's like I'm very excited to see if there's gonna be any like movement going on like onto side coming out of Psycho later on in the attacking side.
Completely agree here. They've done it and they did it on Ascent, and not as much on Breeze, but they tried to on Breeze, and like if they can clear out mid like they did on Breeze, then it'll go well. But anyways, here on the defense though, we're seeing some aggression out in grass off of that Astra well, but Yubi's able to punish Anna for it, and they do get dinked a little bit, really low health. Alana able to find Fluorescent before getting traded out by Glitz here, and now they're running for the C site here, but Kiwi's falling behind to hold, and it's Glitz able to punish that. And now they've realized that they're going to try and hit C off this contact. It's going to be a 3v3 confrontation. That Cosmic Divide coming in a little bit late now, as they're now going to be able to get this plant come through unless Psycho peeks. And we do see them running knife out towards CT, and Asper doesn't somehow read that they're ready there, but UP with the straight transfer brings it to a 2v1, and lets them peek out, get the wall bang, but doesn't know there's 2 back sight, and they're going to try and play this together. We're getting one pick, getting the target swap over to Dawn, and now gonna be that stun from Breach trying to come through, but ultimately it's gonna be a Phantom battle, and it's the Phantom Dawn getting the clutch, bringing this to a tied map.
Not gonna lie, I was convinced that the Cosmic Divide would end up pushing around, but unfortunately Glitz was quite taken aback by then.
Yeah, I think it was just a second late, and then like they read it very well, but then they kind of just didn't take sight from Garage because they waited on that Cosmic Divide, and then like I was so certain that Glitz had it, but because like we saw Yubi swing out alone as Dawn was just a second late on the swing, but Dawn able to bring the round back, you know?
It does, Emily, though it wasn't quite the best execution. It just shows how much like potential Asper's people has in this map.
Exactly. And now we're seeing them kind of group up outside of Garden there, trade a breach stuns once again for their window and 3A long, but now we see once again, like I said, Glitz playing that aggressive positioning for a controller, having Fluorescent there to back it up. The Calorie is going to clear them close, but they're going to swing together, and instead both of them fall. Fluorescent able to find Dawn though in the process, and now Alana just entering from long. Castle's already waiting bad sight with the Headhunter, is able to connect until getting traded out by Yubi. It's a 2v2 situation, both ultimates online for, or no, sorry, 3v2. Chamber was hiding over on the right situation, where Vivid has 2 ultimates online if they need to use them. Anna playing Graffiti here up really close, Anna trying to go through CT. It's Kiwi playing up close in Graffiti there. And now we're going to see, once again, Psycho trying this retake through there. The Crowley's going to confirm that there's one hell, but not necessarily. I think Psycho saw the gun barrel of the person there, and Kiwi's able to find them with their gun advantage. And we're going to see Anna swinging the same corner here, and isn't good for the pick. Kiwi with 3 that round.
Really enjoyed watching Sakura's coordination around, especially coordinating with each other, but unfortunately, there was a bit of a disparity.
Yeah, definitely. And they tried, short to kind of clear that together. But it was ultimately, like we said, Kiwi able to get the trades there, which were pretty impressive off of Dawn. And then it was just a lot of taking back sight before getting the pick. And it was just really impossible to get back on that retake, like you said, with those gun diff.
Yeah, definitely. But we'll be seeing rifles and rifles now, so that's quite an equal matchup.
Other than the ultimates, which we do see the Tour de Force already online for BFG Sakura, and we have like the Aftershock, we have the Nightfall, and we have basically a lot to work with on the side of Vivid here. And we see Alana with some first contact on the person that was in Garage, which is Castle, before the TP out here. And despite that, they're making their way over towards the A site here. We can see already Aspera kind of making their way down short here, with Yubi kind of there, kind of deciding to go long with Dawn, and it's instead Kiwi here who's going to be playing short with them. We do see obviously that Astro Util coming into effect along with that Nightfall to try and stall them out, and that Prowler is going to clear already the person that's CT that was forced out through the smoke. Fluorescent's going to get dinked here, and the spike is going to get planted by Aspera, and it's a 5v5 retake. Many ultimates online here for both sides, and we're going to see a Nightfall itself come out of Anna here for this retake possibly. They're getting set up for it, and we are going to possibly see it.
Hazel's use of a Tour de Force, though, is something I have not seen quite
And we see 3 ultimates come out. Psyche going to find Yubi with the showstopper, but it's ultimately Alana and Aspera fighting 3 of their own before Psyche is able to find Aspera as well. Alana with that flank just shut down all that util usage. They waited a second too long, and Alana good for 4 on the flank to save them basically from that round and save them like most of their ultimates.
Alana, though, like playing Phoenix, this is something I haven't seen in a while, but she seems to like make perfect use of it. Just like, absolutely top priority for his team right now.
Right there.
Yeah, we saw them kind of waiting a while for that retake. We saw like the Ashes setting up their util. We saw Anna just kind of ready to send out that that Nightfall, and I think that just like allowed Alana to get that much closer of a flank just before they played off of their ultimates. Or it could have been a very different like sticking the spike situation when Alana arrived.
Yeah.
And we're now seeing definitely a change of like spread of agents here. For example, we see Ana and Psycho playing more aggressive towards sewers, while Glitz is instead holding Garage here, maybe off that smoke as well, offering it to them Garden so that they can push up a little bit further. And reading this, they are going to kind of hold Garden, but then be rotating towards that C side, it looks like, with Dawn and Alana playing outside of Garage here. They're going to try and enter. The Prowler can confirm if there's anybody still there. A main. Doesn't look like there is. Alana able to find Glitz with that Stinger, not quite connecting. And we're going to kind of continue to clear out Garage, see if there's anybody, maybe Window. And it does look like it's going to be a C hit since Yubi's already smoked Window and is hanging out long, but they could also rotate back, which is what it looks like they're doing towards A, possibly. They're clearing out Garden still. I think they recognize that Castle's in that corner. Alana with the whiff dropped down to 8 HP, but has the Molly and the wall online to get the heal up. And they're just hanging out Garden. There's only 40 seconds left on the clock. They need to choose something to do here. And it's kind of sad that Psyche and Anna have left the A side completely open now.
Yeah, Vivid seems to be playing it quite slow, which is surprising to me. A side is just completely free right now of no rotates.
I think they were too worried about Alana here, and they like left it completely undefended. And now it's going to be really hard for Anna to hold it here. We see Yubi with the smoke heaven, and we see that splash from Dawn come through. Alana still on that lurk though. Only 15 seconds left on the clock. Alana able to find Castle after Dawn has found Anna, the only hold for that site. The spike is going to get planted now. It's a 4v2 situation. 2 ultimates online after Psyche was able to collect Lana's life and their gun. But Aspera's waiting short with that util out. Fluorescent is going to have the stun maybe to be able to find Yubi here. Doesn't quite connect, and Yubi is going to get swung and taken out by Fluorescent. We're going to see some more breach util to clear out short. The double satchel in from Psyche coming through for them to clear out any angles they hear. Both of them are short though here. They're going to try and fake a stick, and Psyche is going to be good for 1, but that breach aftershock comes through. 46 HP. That nay, not quite going to connect, but Fluorescent's still going to try and stick it here as Psyche holds the defuse, and Psyche good for the 3k, allowing the defuse to come through from Fluorescent.
Psyche just like absolutely amazing shots right there. I was completely convinced that Vivid would be taking their momentum back, but it appears to be that Sakura wants to do the same thing. They finally got 1 point on the board after 4 rounds of losing.
Yeah, that was pretty insane of a retake, I will say. Psycho and Fluorescent playing that very well, clearing out corners one at a time with their util collectively, and then using the rest of the util just to stall out both players short. I definitely think them both being short was the error there on the side of Vivid. If they played like maybe long there, they wouldn't have known where they were, but they were able to just like util dump the same location and end up taking out both of the players kind of. And now, as we move into this round, what do you think of they're gonna do here instead?
I think it's going to be looking pretty close, and I feel like Vivid is going for quite a default right now, some spread around Raj, A, and C, so maybe they'll be just playing 4 picks for now, which might be the best decision.
We saw Psycho kind of jump peek sewers, but it didn't quite work. We also saw them try to get that nade grip combo here, A main, but it didn't quite work either. Maybe a little misread of that sight hit. But Aspera is going to hang out guard with the spike here, maybe go back towards C, where UB is kind of checking for any picks possibly there. And I think they, like, if we look on the side of Sakura, they've kind of kept the changes they made in the previous round in terms of their defensive positioning, and we'll see how this unfolds.
Here's to be that Sakura is playing quite slow, not pushing towers this time, sewers this time.
But Glitz got a little impatient there and decided to kind of push towards door a little bit before now falling back to smoke it off. I at least push a star there to prepare to smoke it off if needed. We have Castle holding this entrance to B site with the Astro Star also in place here in case they need it. They're trying to clear that corner, not quite going to catch it, and they don't clear it, and Castle good for 1 on Dawn. And now they're trying to hit this, get this C hit where that eye is going to detect Fluorescent backside, but his ultimate Glitz coming out of Garage is able to take out Glitz, take out their smoke, and where that Prowler takes them out, and it's Castle coming over from that B side to get now 2 more and bring them to a 3K in that round.
I thought it was quite a bit of carelessness coming out of Vivid though. I was surprised that they just walked out of the smoke like that and see.
Yes, I can completely agree with that. I think they just thought they were safe because of that Prowler maybe, and it ultimately backfired a little bit. But this is the timeout on the side of Vivid here. And what do you think they're talking about? What do you think they're trying to change here now that the game is tied?
I think they might need to change a bit of their strategy. I believe that Frisbee is currently their coach, and yeah, hopefully he'll be able to make like some comments about it, since I'm pretty sure he was quite the prominent player last year.
What do you think he's telling them to do?
Maybe a new strat. We've seen Vivid play like slightly passively, so I would definitely love to see like an aggressively just like 5-man push towards the site.
I can definitely see why we would want to see a more like aggressive push towards the site, but we also are seeing really early into the round like some util dumping coming out of the side of BFG Sakura that might stall them from doing a direct site hit at least early on in the round. But like you said, they're kind of waiting too long, and then like they're kind of frantic post plant because they don't have time to reposition. And we'll see how it goes here. Do you want to look at any of these ultimates or this buy or anything that's coming on here? It's a little bit of a scattered eco.
Yeah, quite a bit, but we do have the tour de force online for Kiwi, so I would love to see like how she does take advantage.
As you see, she is already kind of popped it, so it will be coming into effect this round. It looked like she was going to hold C long at the round start, but she kind of opted to go back garden to go ahead and get this trip. So instead, she's going to punish any aggression that comes out of mid door here, kind of holding there as close as she can. And instead, the rest of the team's making their way through C long here, and they are going to use that run it back from Lana to kind of get into the site along with that fade util. Like I said, Kiwi punishing that aggression through doors, but it's ultimately Castle with the operator that cancels the run it back from Alana. And now we have both Raj control from Kiwi and Yubi, and they have site control out of Alana. And pretty impressive hold here as Castle's trying to get that operator, but gets pushed back by the Prowler, and it's ultimately Alana to get the final pick of the round. But MVP of that round was definitely, you said you wanted to see Kiwi with the tour de force, and you definitely saw it with that 3K.
Absolutely, she just absolutely popped off.
And what do you think? Obviously what they talked about worked, and it was a little bit more aggressive of a C hit, so they kind of did what you said. But what do you think? How do you think Sakura's gonna respond to that last round?
Sakura is definitely gonna be a bit more like playing carefully this round. I feel see like a couple grouping up towards B. So actually, I think in fact they might just be going for a mid push.
Yeah, maybe they'll run it down mid towards window. They do have those Astro Stars in place to block off both locations, and that's exactly what they're doing here. And I think we've seen Vivid respond to this by instead going for a more aggressive A hit, and instead of pushing on the flank, they're now all on their way to rotate towards that A site collectively because they heard them sewers. And it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake, it looks like here. Lana popping that molly early just to ensure the plant goes through, and they set up for this retake. Obviously, they have the operator once again on Castle, which will be interesting.
Yeah, you see Sakura just scrambling to like retake site and immediately just rotates off to A. They weren't like they ended up getting caught off guard.
It looks like they're trying to play off this Cosmic Divide, but as Alana puts that wall up, Psycho tries to swing through it and is not able to connect, and Alana gets one. We are going to see now Yubi swing at a short and gets punished by Fluorescent. Alana, however, gets the trade, and Sakura now gets the trade there as well off of Alana. And now that operator kind of trying to come through, Glitz able to find Dawn, as now the Cosmic Divide will drop. And the clock is ticking. It's a 2v2 situation. They're going to try and stick, but both members are stacked long, and it's ultimately not going to come through as Aspera runs through the smoke after finding the pick on Glitz. And that was a very close round, but it goes in the favor of Vivid, who loses the operator and every gun to the spike.
Aspera just swinging out at the right time. The timing is just absolutely mortal.
We've seen Glitz hit that spray transfer, that target switch, and it just did not happen that round. And ultimately, that's what cost them it. But it was a valiant attempt, especially considering it was a 2 ultimate. Like, they used that Nightfall last round, and they used the Cosmic Divide, so it was basically an ultimate trade.
Yeah, Tracy's going back and forth, but now Yubi has her ult though, which I'm very interested to see how she'll play off, since I don't quite see any value coming after ult.
Well, you do see that nade through window once again coming out of Psyche, who's again pushing up mid, kind of getting aggressive. Fluorescent's gonna get spotted by that Prowler, and they know that they have a Stinger and are playing close. Prowler from their own side comes through. And we once again see Fluorescent trying to get up close and personal, but ultimately it fails. Anna instead with their eco weapon, good for 2. Dawn now trying to get that person that was flanking. I think they're kind of missing him just barely late on the timing here, as Dawn's gonna get instead behind Psyche possibly, and they do, and they're good for the 1. And now it is a 3v2 situation, but we do see that Aspera is very low HP.
I'm loving the use of the
And speaking of the use of the Deagles, we just saw Glitz with 2, and the clutch now after collecting a Vandal off of that pick and winning them. I should be a thrifty if it says it. Glitz dancing in excitement from their little. That was really clean on the. I wish we did replays, but that'll definitely be a clip on Twitch later. That little Deagle demon from Glitz.
These players are just absolute Deagle demons. I've never seen such sharp shots.
Yeah. It's what we all strive to be, you know, we all want to be Glitz.
Absolutely.
And Anna did amazing too. I think they both got 2 that round, didn't they, with their sheriffs? Yeah.
Yeah, these players just absolutely impress me. I wish I had a game like that.
And now we have 4 ultimates on the side of BFG Sakura, so I'm guessing they're gonna probably wait and play retake here. I think they're reading an A hit since they 3-stacked it, but instead looks like we're going towards C here with a garage split. But they do have that trip from castle position in garage here, so it'll make it a little bit harder for them to take that space without alerting the rest of the team. We do have that smoke go out CT from UB as they're trying to push up along with the one in window. That trip is gonna alert them there, but there's nobody really there positioned as the run it back goes through to clear out sight, and that person backside castle is gonna get flashed and taken out by Alana. Glitz is going to be able to take care of the run it back, and Yubi, who tries to swing off of it. We do see Psycho coming in with the flank with the showstopper to come through, able to find 1. The Nightfall trying to make something of this round, but ultimately they get taken out by the nade as a result of it. And now Anna and Psycho trying to make something off of this. Fluorescent does get the Aftershock out, but gets pushed by Kiwi in the process. And now just barely Anna making it through without getting found there. And now Alana trying to escape with their life, but it doesn't work, and able to find 1. And now they swing together, and they get the trade after Kiwi falls to Anna after Psyche gets the initial swing.
I never quite saw the Phoenix All as something impactful, but Alana just completely proved me wrong, and now we're looking at a 6-6. What are your thoughts so far, Zoe?
I think it was an amazing half, personally. I think they both had their ups and downs, and I think they both are starting to learn about each other's teams, because obviously this is the 3rd map in the series.
Absolutely.
And I think, it looked like in the first half, Vivid was just having a hard time responding whenever Sakura changed something about their layout, changed something about their strategy, while Vivid kind of continued to do the same thing over and over again, and that's how, we saw BFG Sakura kind of come back in the second half of that first half. A lot of halves. And it'll be interesting to see how this half goes as well.
Do you reckon we'll be seeing an OT this time?
I hope not. It's almost 6 a.m. for me. It's 5:30 almost, dude. I want to go to sleep. But either way, it's been an amazing competition so far, so I would not be surprised if we go to an OT, especially how the last half went. But regardless, we're seeing a full-on A hit here, other than Castle, who's trying to look through mid, maybe punish anybody who decides to rotate through gas here. But they might have the timing on each other here with, Kiwi and them having a ghost fight, even though they're chambers, and Kiwi comes out very scathed, but nonetheless with the winning of the fight. But the rest of the team is just kind of hitting this A site where 2 players, we have both Alana and Aspera grouped at back site. They're going to get both revealed by the Fade Util, and Psyche going to try and fake a dash up site, and they get blinded, And it's ultimately, they both fall there, and the plant is going to go down from Fluorescent here, and we're going to see a split between short and long. And they're just going to kind of, we see Glitz once again playing very aggressive, getting up close and personal CT, which is always a surprise. And it looks like they're going to send Kiwi in first, which is not a surprise. And we're going to see them try to clear out Hell with that Yuto, but it doesn't end up working. Glitz good for 2, that being the third kill of the round before getting traded out by Yubi. And now it's a 3v1 situation with Yubi trying to click the ghost. Finally manages to get it and it's going to swing out, but it's ultimately Psycho with the... they're just W keying around to kind of mess with them. And they are going to try and... they still are W keying around. And they're just going to try and stall out time this way, and it does work. We can see some little Alana laughs in the chat from that little BM from Psycho. But I mean, it stalls, right? And they were hit 120, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, no, 1v3 situation though, that's incredibly tough with just a classic.
Mm-hmm.
We're taking a look at a bit of a bulldog vibe coming out of Castle though, which is quite interesting. Has Castle been using it lately?
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, did you ask me if they were using it recently? They have not actually, which is interesting. I would think they would opt for like the full headhunter, you know?
Yeah, same.
And they've been like saving for op actually in previous games, so that also makes it interesting to me here. And we're gonna see some mid aggression using that eco buy, and obviously it's Kiwi and Alana making some movement mid. Obviously Castle with the Bulldog able to find one, and now Fluorescent able to finally get Kiwi punished out of mid door. And now it's still, we're fighting for mid here. They reveal that Yubi is in Garden. Or sorry, Garage. Both G's, you know? Both locations in Val. And they're instead opting to go towards the A site, where they have been instead read by Asper, who's wasn't to go CT and decides to instead flank with the rest of the team. And they are going to be good for the plant here. And I don't think they realize that they're on the flank this fast, because there isn't a trip in place. And oh, it does not look like they were flanking, just collecting guns, as they now set up.
Yeah, there appears to be that they're going for the retake towards CT.
And it does look like Psyche good for 1. I thought they were going to swing into 3 people here, but instead they're isolating it pretty well here. And now they're going for the 3rd, but Yubi is instead punishing them for those little W key, that D key BM last round, and are trying to clutch this round out, but they've split instead long and short, and they're going to be able to destroy that rendezvous. Not destroy it, it gets called back in time. They're going to try and clear out short first, maybe going to stick the spike. Nope, they're going to tap it, and they're going to get breached on as a result. And they're going to get it flashed, just the util dumping coming out, and it's going to be Castle swinging, and as that smoke just barely misses, Castle with the Bulldog, like you said, making a difference this round.
Okay, now I do see how the Bulldog can be impactful. That was quite a buy coming out of Castle. And that was a great post-ban situation actually played out by Sakura. I really enjoyed like them watching, like, using their util kits like back and forth and carefully.
It definitely was an expensive bonus round from them though. Obviously only 2 people walking away with their lives. But what was interesting to me was just, like we said, they used their eco round to be aggressive down mid, and it almost paid off on the side of Vivid. And like, I want to go back to that Bulldog buy. Like, I only buy a Bulldog if I'm really confident in myself during a game. Like, it's always dangerous to give that to them on the 2nd round, which they almost did on that initial confrontation. But it's Fluorescent using that gun, that worst gun, to just bulldoze through Alana and Garage. That Bleach util kind of gonna go ahead and take care of that C hit, stall it out a little bit in time for rotates as Castle's dropped to 29 HP. It's gonna be a 4v3 situation, but like we said, Castle very low on HP here, and we're gonna see them holding CT with that Bulldog that we talked about. We're gonna see that Astra Star come through, however, maybe for some post plant. We're gonna see them playing this together, and ultimately it's Yubi getting Castle, but getting not before they get dinked to half health. Psyche with a nice little shot, and Anno swings off the contact to take out the rest of the team. It's now 9-6, and I don't know about that OT that we were talking about, Soju.
Yeah, quite the like attacking side coming out of Sakura. Yeah, I can definitely see why Haven is an attacker side of that now. And I really enjoyed Castle just playing up the Bulldog as well last round, just like reaping so much benefit of it, despite like the gun being lower value than rifles itself.
Yeah, they were able to like get that trade off of Fluorescent's util as they entered, or sorry, not Fluorescent. Fluorescent off of Fluorescent's util as they entered into that C site through Garage, which was pretty impressive, especially because they were being pressured by Dawn's own breach util. But instead, we're gonna see Alana and Kiwi playing together out of Garage, and it isn't enough from that flash. Glitz is able to swing out and find Alana, and able to find Kiwi also as well from that like traded aggression. And now suddenly C is pretty clear, and then Aftershocks can come through on the B sites and get a plant there, and Glitz is going to lurk up the window here to try and close off that UB rotate. And we're going to see, yes, they get revealed by that Fade util, but Glitz is able to find UB on that flank like I said. And now Dawn and Aspera was forced into spawn, where Psycho's gonna ego peek and dink them through the box and get that jiggle peek onto Aspera with the Vandal. And then Splits and Spawn are gonna fight Dom with that Sheriff, and it's a flawless to bring it to 10-6.
Psycho's moving though. I can't help but take notice of that. She played that before.
She's feeling herself this game, definitely, as we now send Vivid to another timeout. They're trying to rethink how they're playing this half.
Defense, I feel like it's quite a tough situation to be in on this map, especially. But Sakura just attacking and like winning their duels, like keep going.
Definitely. And like they're having like, I feel like that's the second round in a row we've seen Vivid try to get really aggressive and it just hasn't worked for them. So that's probably something I would think that they're talking about. And I'm like, I don't know what else they could be talking about as much, but probably like just like knowing when to be aggressive and not every single round. And also just like how to maybe like, they have like, most of them are dead before the spike even gets planted. So maybe just setting up for retakes like we saw BFG Sakura do a lot, was just like waiting for the spike to go down. What else do you think they need to do here?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like they do need to play like more carefully, defensive side. Meanwhile, like they've just been pushing like and just losing their duels. So I feel like that's something that needs to change.
And as we go into this round, we'll go ahead and see how those changes come into effect, if they maybe change who's on what site here. And we're going to see, it looks like Alana playing Garage again, but this time instead we're going to go ahead and see Dawn making their way towards that C site. And we are still going to see, it looks like, Kiwi playing like Garage and C with them. And it looks like, I still think they're going to be aggressive, it looks like, with that comp towards C. But this time we're seeing Yubi playing towards that A site, which is an interesting change. And we're going to see Asper trying to use that Prowler short to get some early information. And we'll see if anybody rotates off of it here as they instead decide to fall back into Garden.
Kiwi with an operator though is something I'm once again really excited to see.
And it looks like they are gonna, after getting that initial like fake information from Aspera over on the A site, opt to try and rotate towards the C site here, where like I said, they have a few more people waiting for them than they would have on the A site here. They do have a kind of a scuffed smoke on window where Alana might be able to peek out, and they are able to punish that smoke by getting fluorescent and able to somehow miss their shots, but their Dawn is there with the util, able to punish not only by finding Castle, but then Psycho as well, and now it is suddenly a 5v2 situation with Anna at very low HP here, but Glitz was on the flank, but ultimately that trip is in the way here, and now Alana knows and is repositioned towards that B site, and it looks like it's going to be a swing here. They opt to go back, maybe it's on again, Yubi from that A-link position. The spike is going to go down B. We see two of them opting to go towards grass here, and I don't know if Anna's going to be expecting this. It got stunned off of this peak, and ultimately Alana's going to be able to find Anna, and it's Glyph's left in a 4v1 situation, sorry. And it's ultimately Dom with a 3k. Obviously, the repositioning across the map worked. We'll see what else happens.
If we talk about that excellent use of Breach Shield though, I've generally never been more impressed by a Breach player.
Yeah, they were all really focused on Alana, and then they just like util dumped there, and ultimately they couldn't get out. It was either die to Alana or die to Dawn, and we saw how that went.
And that's Vivid's first point as well this half.
And it looks like they are going to opt to go towards the A site again, maybe at the start of the round this time. It looks like they're keeping that same team, or same map spread that we saw last round. And we do have what looks like a tech pause going on. So what else do you think we're going to see in this next round, considering how many ultimates are on the side of Vivid here?
Honestly, I really want to see youth. I really want them to like make advantage of their ult. They have recently like won one round. I'd like to see that momentum like keep going on.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see that Cosmic Divide along with that Nightfall come in, maybe to take site if they do decide to go for this A hit, and then maybe we'll see like Yubi and Asper just kind of fall off site so they can use that like that aftershock. Maybe for a retake, maybe that run it back for a retake, because we've only seen the run it back really for entry into site on the attack. We haven't really seen how it's going to play out on the defense, especially because you say you don't see Phoenix in this competitive play as much, so it'll be interesting to see how Alana expects or decides to use it here. What else do you think we're going to see, considering it's 10-7?
We do know that Haven is incredibly like momentum based map, so I think Vivid might just catch up.
This is very true. And I feel like maybe the tech pause could end this momentum though, just a little bit.
Maybe.
But either way, kind of sad to see. But we do have that Tour de Force online for Kiwi here, and we saw them use that one round with that 3K, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to do it again. And who's kind of a standout player to use so far and why in this game?
I'm not quite sure. I feel like everyone just has been sending out to me this. Everyone just has like their own like sick plays, and I'm just enjoying watching this so much.
Yes,
I'm
and once
kind
again,
of partial towards Psycho though, because I love watching movement-based players.
yes, they swapped from their Jets on both of the last maps to now a Raze, and I think it's like
Absolutely.
that difference, that change for them is allowing them to do a little bit different tactics, which they're enjoying. Also, I do want to point out Glitz again. I'm loving what they're doing for Astra in the top scene already.
I love my controller players. They're just so big brain.
Exactly. And they're showing me why maybe I should be more aggressive than Astra. Like, I always play Astra as more of a team player, and I just, like, hang out, like, back site somewhere and, like, help the other sites. But, like, maybe I'll get up close and personal if I can get as fluid with the Astra as they are.
Surely you play Astra like a duelist, right?
No, that's what they're doing. Not, I wish I could, you know?
You play Astra, you top rank, win the game, gain rank. There you go. That's a pipeline.
Exactly. If you can top frag as Astra, you're just clearly, like, not only are you helping the team, but then you're gonna frag out on your own. Like, it's hard to be a selfish Astra player, you know? As we now will go back into the game, the tech pause is over, and it's 10-7, like you said. We have 4 ultimates on the side of Vivid, 2 on the side of Sakura, and we'll see if any of our predictions unfold as we head into this round.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. I feel like the time at Maze might have been a good reset, actually, for both teams.
Yeah, definitely see a Breachstone coming out of Dawn here, paired with that Prowler from Aspera. Psyche going to trade it with a bomb bot of their own to maybe clear it out, make sure they're not playing off of that util. And it's Castle again, just lurking grass. This time, however, we do see Fluorescent over with the lurk towards C-Long, maybe going to try and take out Kiwi, who's playing with an Operator up on boxes and is able to get the pick there. Maybe we can see them kind of rotate over based on that information here. It looks like they're kind of pushed back now on the A site. It looks like Glitz is opting to go towards B now with the spike here, knowing that they have that trademark in like a flank position from A. And we are trying to, looks like, see Psycho trying to get a lurk through A site, but Aspera's there, maybe gonna eye. We also have Yubi, obviously CT, who has smoked her out. She's gonna get the orb instead and opt to fall back. Now only 1 off from the showstopper, and it looks like the team is just kind of like waiting. It looks like there's only 45 seconds left on the clock, and I feel like they're gonna run out of time here soon. But Castle about to have a conflict with Dawn, does set up the rendezvous, and it's gonna kind of have those Ash shards in place. It looks like it is going to be a B hit here with only 30 seconds about left on the clock. The Cosmic Divide going to come out here, but they're going to get breach done and Utah done. Dawn dropped to half health though, and it's going to try and deny the plant, but it's not going to quite go through as the spike gets planted here, and they are going to all fall back off of site, off of that Cosmic Divide. Getting out now a 5v4 situation with Dawn at half health. Anna going for this flank through Barrage, gets taken out by Alana, who instead is now going to play off of the Aftershock that gets sent out now from Dawn. And now we're seeing Alana clear out backside, knows that they're all mid, and we're going to see a Yubi sticking on the spike with the gravity wall going into effect here to deny the pressure. There is a gap in the spike. We see the running back come out, but it's Castle spraying through, and the running back isn't able to find anybody because it's flash, and through that box we get the wall bang. Castle at basically 0 HP, a full health from Psyche. The wall's going to go up, and they're probably pinging the spike here as they're going to go for just the diffuser, and it's Alana with the 4K after the run it back, getting flashed to take out Castle and Psyche, and ultimately I think give them that round, and they recovered the op.
Alana just absolutely popping up every time when like she pops her ult. This kid is absolutely
I know. Like I said, we wanted to see it for a retake, and they paired it after that Aftershock went into effect brilliantly. I think there was just a little bit miscommunication as they got flashed by Dawn, but otherwise it was an amazing use of the run it back, like you said.
Yes, absolutely. And as you predicted, the Cosmic Divide did come to me as well last round.
Yes. They didn't use the Nightfall though, so they still have that online for a situation possibly.
You want
Here,
to play? Let's play.
if they want to use it for a retake, and we do have the Tour de Force online for both chambers, but it's going to be Kiwi shutting down Castle's Tour de Force here instead on long, and Fluorescent trying to get the trade, but I feel like they're also just going to get off here trying to bait the orb here, and they are in fact challenging the op and losing. Instead, the rest of the team making their way over to A, where Aspera and Yubi once again are waiting with that Heaven Hell kind of split here. Obviously, Yubi smoking out long here, and Glitz hasn't even put up the stars yet, so I don't know if they're going to commit here quite yet, and we are going to see, it looks like a C fake maybe, to get them to kind of leave site. We'll go ahead and see what they plan to do here. Psyche already kind of hanging out short, clearing out these angles. Does get spotted by Yubi, and who gets now smoke out short and TP's out towards CT, and we're going to see the execute from Glitz with those smokes to clear out Heaven. Aspera just waiting to send that fade util here, as the spike is going to get planted by Glitz, and they set up for a 5v3 retake.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at like catching up coming out actually. 10 to 8. Now, what you said about overtime before, I feel like that might actually happen.
We do see Kiwi again now with 3 with the operator before getting hit by Glitz from that gravity well. Alana gonna fall out of heaven, and now 9 HP left. Glitz now gets the trade. It's a 1v1 situation, but it's Dawn with the headshot crosshair placement to keep them alive. I don't know. I still think we might not see an OT because that was a very close round, and like they both like exhausted a lot of resources to get that round win.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like Vivid might be able to catch up.
I think we just need them to stop picking the operator off of Kiwi and we'll be fine. Because that's the second round that like, kind of like a lot of people have died to it. But if they do that, they also think have a timeout still if they need it to kind of figure out what they want to do. Could be wrong. I don't remember. Because like you said, one gap. But I believe in Sakura. You know, I've been a Sakura supporter since the semifinals kind of that they were in, and we'll definitely see how it goes.
I'm just gonna say, an operator in the hands of Kiwi is absolutely lethal.
And this is the first time we're really seeing them on Chamber this series because they went from a Jet to a Neon. So it's definitely interesting to see them on Chamber at that rendezvous. And they've swapped their operator over to the A site, which is allowing them now to have some C pressure here, play out grass. But Alana again holding window. Those flashes in window can be lethal if they are perfectly timed here. And we're going to see Castle and Fluorescent kind of trying to make their way there. Maybe we'll be able to bait out the flash using that rendezvous that Castle has set up. We can see the flash not getting the right timing that I talked about, and Alana forced to kind of fall back off of it after the Asher gets a smoke out for it. They are going to gain this garage control, able to set up the rendezvous once again. We're going to see Alana try and flash out again, but Castle playing anti-flash is able to fall out. But it's Castle. Sorry, it's going to be a
Thirty seconds left.
figure out what they want to do here. They got to play a little aggressive, and we'll see what they decide to do. What do you think they have to do here, Soju?
Anna is just absolutely surrounded right now, so if I were in her position, I would personally just like go for it and pick one angle and slowly isolate my fights.
I'm surprised that we didn't have Kiwi over there trying to hold with the operator, but Yubi was able to take care of it regardless with the 3K. And we could see OT. I still don't think we're gonna see OT. It might just be, you know, maybe Vivid will just come back, but I'm still hoping Sakura gets the series. And they do have the Cosmic Divide online again, and there it is. Like I said, the timeout to go ahead and stop this momentum now that it is tied. And there, what do you think they're about to talk about here? What has to change on their attack half?
I'm just saying that they're 10 to 10 right now. I feel like the way Vivid is playing right now is just like absolutely executing like good retakes compared to like Sakura.
Exactly.
Yeah, Sakura definitely needs to like hold their ground more.
And I feel like the statement I cited in the last half when they were on the attack was that like Vivid wasn't learning from BFG Sakura while Sakura was while they were on defense. And I feel like that's completely the opposite here now, and that like it seems like Sakura's trying the same things over and over again, and BFG Sakura after repositioning like with the individuals, I think like once they positioned Yubi over on the A site along with Aspera, that's when it started to change and they started to bring it back to a tied game. And now that they're like switching players around is where it's working more effectively. And we are seeing some pings on the map that make it look like it's going to be either a B or a C hit here. Maybe they'll split B and C, and we'll see how they decide to play this. But what else do you think we're about to see as this bye phase is going to come to an end in 15 seconds?
Alright, let's see. 10 to 10. I'm very excited to see how this run especially comes out.
Completely agree, and we're seeing them kind of hang out in this garden positioning. We do have Kiwi with the operator, it looks like, hanging out A main. Does have the rendezvous set up. We'll be looking for a pick here. I'm hoping to see some util to deny that. We see Psyche gonna probably dry peek it though, and it's Kiwi once again with the operator able to shut down that op. And we're gonna go ahead and see them fall back now. And it's gonna be interesting to see what they decide to do, and they're gonna kind of head back towards that C site. It looks like knowing where the operator now is headed, they are going to try and hit the C site where it's now stacked with 3 members though. Yubi trying to spray through the smoke that Glitz has set up. Glitz is going to invest that Cosmic Divide, it looks like here. And we're about to set up for a site take.
It looks like they're
Want to fight
right
it?
now, and very interested to see how like they'll be defending out this round, given that they have not been quite successful with like taking back their site compared to like Vivid.
I feel like they played that util really well on the other side of the Cosmic Divide just to ensure there was nobody backside, kind of force them into CT. We're now seeing Anna use that Prowler to deny any CT presence, but we're going to see Dawn ready with their own util here maybe as this Cosmic Divide falls. We're going to see the Fade use come out. Vivid Dawn good for 2 and now 3 off of the wall. Alana now going to put their own wall up to try and help this diffuse go through, and they're going to flash to the wall and are able to find Glitz, who is helpless in Cubby and Yubi.
Look at that though. Everyone's just like falling apart in the hands of Dawn. It's such a well played
Exactly. I was getting kind of nervous that they were running out of time as they just kind of waited for that Cosmic Divide, but ultimately, once it went down, they just took control of the site and showed no contest.
Yeah, Vivid is like winning up 5 rounds in a row right now. They're really under momentum.
I guess that timeout didn't help them enough here, because now, like we said, there's 5 ultimates compared to 0 ultimates here, and like it's gonna be interesting, you know, how they decide to do
A
this.
Spectre in the hands of Fleur. So I'm definitely pretty nervous to see how this round plays out.
We know they can use it though somehow, I'm sure, and they are kind of straying away from A or C long here because they've been getting like their main players hit by that operator, and they know that Dawn is now C linked. The Psyche's gonna close it out with their own util. They're gonna get hit by the trademark, but it's not gonna be enough because they have those satchels online. They're gonna go ahead and swing, but the Astral Smoke is gonna kind of hurt them here from their own team as they get dinked and are forced to fall back. Castle somehow able to find Alana, but on the reload, Dawn swings and is able to get the trade, and they're able to get Kiwi on that rotate through A, and the aftershock comes through. Asper knows where Anna is and knows that they are concussed. Gonna try and confirm it with the eye, which gets destroyed. They know that Slicky's backside, trying to clear it out. The grass is gonna come through, but not before they get dinked for 8 HP and finally fall. Psyche finds Dawn, and now it's Fluorescent trying to make a difference here. Sorry, Yubi trying to make a difference now after Fluorescent's forced to fall back. 8 HP. They're gonna tap the spike, or sorry, 70 HP, 8 bullets. Try and tap the spike, but the shock's gonna come through, and that flank over towards grass. The Psyche low HP is going to come behind, and the stick is going to come through, but Fluorescent swings and gets the pick to keep them alive, tying it to an 11-11. Maybe you were right about the OT. You know, it's hard to tell.
It just keeps getting closer and closer, doesn't it?
I am just like, oh no.
Look at that though. BFG finally taking back a point.
And I'm just like, whew. I think, like I said, Glitz has been the top frag for both maps, and Alana has also had the highest damage in the game for both map 1 and map 2. So this feels like a fight between Glitz and Alana at this point. Like, Alana completely stepped up from the semifinals, and I feel like Glitz has too, honestly. I know they were a little bit lower. But again, Kiwi with the operator able to punish Anna. At least they have another initiator fall back on, and it's not their duelist this time or their controller. But it's still just not great seconds of the round to have that happen.
Yeah, looking like it's tipping the favor towards Vivid right now, 5-4. And appears to be there's some bit of hesitation actually coming out of BFG Sakura to push Garage right now, and yeah, it does look like they're quite backing away right now.
Yeah, Alana playing the same position again that she's played in multiple rounds and getting the same result once again. Gets 2 off a Castle and Glitz. I feel like they should know that Alana's playing here because this is like the 5th round that she's played there, but it's now a 5v2 and they're just kind of figuring out where they want to go.
Perhaps just because Alana's home turf at this point, I feel.
Player standing.
I know, and we're just kind of now falling back here, and they don't know what to do. Spike is down, Grass being held by that operator. Psycho now in a 1v5 situation. I think they have the ace potential, but they definitely have to figure out a way around that operator that Kiwi is holding now with Window. And only 30 seconds left on the clock.
I have 30 seconds
Spike out
left.
in open, but oh, Psycho just managed to get it.
Yeah, they know where Alana's playing, I hope, at this point. But it looks like they are going to have to just opt for the save, which, looking at their econ, isn't the worst idea. 3 members at 0. We'll see what they end up doing. Well, they might plant. Get their plant money.
Looks
Ooh,
like
they are going for it.
they are rotating off to go towards A side.
Yeah, UB's here backside though. Punishing one, only 4 seconds left. It looks like they're not going to be able to get that plant. Are going to bait it out, though. Try and find another one. Are going to swing and fall to Aspera, though. It's 12-11. Now I want an OT because I want Sakura to win. Oh, no.
What if Vivid does win this next round, though? Just saying.
I'm going to be really sad. But then again, like, then I will know who I can, like... I'll know it was a well-fought battle, honestly. And we know that they, like it was 13-8 on Breeze, so we know it was close regardless.
That's
And they
been
won
incredibly
OT in the
close.
first.
16-14
Like-
OT in the first map. It's so unreal.
Exactly. I feel like they have to find a way to stop Kiwi here as we go into this, like, match point. And if they do that, then there won't be an op in Kiwi's hand, hopefully, in the OT, you know? But now, Kiwi's upgraded the op to a Tour de Force, which is now online as they rotate over to that A site using the Rendezvous. The Nightfall gonna try and beat the rotation out of Kiwi, though. Kiwi going Heaven. I hope there's a smoke there, and it does look like there is. It's a little off to the side, but it looks like it's gonna be clear. We are gonna see a site plant come through, but there's 2 ultimates for retake here. They have that, run it back once again. Kiwi again peeking now with the Tour de Force, but that smoke kind of helping here. And I hope they don't peek them. And we're going to see them get naded out by Psyche from short a little bit. Run it back coming through now for Alana. Entering into site, clearing Graffiti, clearing Hell, and catches Fluorescent with the flash out before Glitz is able to take out the run it back. The Yuto trying to clear out CT, trying to steal it. But Glitz now is going to get caught by the Tour de Force from Kiwi. Anna with a nice shot, and they stay in it. It goes to OT. Anna is a Deagle Demon. I want some Deagle Demon stats. I know we have her with the 51 headshot percentage on Breeze, but like that maintains itself with the Sheriff.
Well, it's just absolutely unreal on the Deagle.
That Deagle, I think
OT
alone.
now. Yeah.
That Deagle brought them to OT, dude. 3 kills, I think it was that round. Like,
Yeah.
whew.
Oh my. I'm really loving this series. I love both of these teams. I do not know who to side with.
Yeah, I personally, like I said, I've been going from Sakura since the series start, just because I was like, ASAP versus Sakura was the first game I commentated, and I'll probably be ready for ASAP tomorrow as well because of that. But either way, we're seeing some forward aggression again out of that pairing of Psyche, and I believe, I'm guessing, this time it's Fluorescent over there with them. Still the initiator Psyche aggression, it looks like, while the rest of the team's kind of hanging out towards that C and B site, and they're just getting ready to kind of push A here, it looks like, on the side of Vivid.
Yeah, looking kind of risky though. It looks like Vivid is opting for the option. Straight up going for A as a team.
Yeah, Psyche does get dropped to really low health, but I think it was a gamble they were trying to take so that Fluorescent could get this flash and this swing, which it looks like they are going to be able to find one, taking out Dom, where their big initiators before getting traded out by Kiwi, who's now going to go ahead and... They have Castle there to support, but Alana's able to find Psyche. Aspera finds Castle. Fade Yuto comes in as Alana's able to get that Molly out so that they can ensure that Aspera gets the plant down.
Spike planted.
And then the retake ensues. It's a 2v4 situation.
Looks like Vivid finally made use of the 5-man push. So quite risky at the start, I saw. They're just executing everything extremely well right now.
Yeah, we just saw Anna with a nice shot there to clear out the Hell person, but now we've seen Alana able to reposition from Graffiti after getting that pick now to Hell, which was just cleared. And Anna, was looking grim for her, is stuck in that Omen smoke from Yubi, and it's Alana, 3k for the round, gonna go ahead and bring it now to 12-13. And that was the half that,
Switching sides.
like,
Match point.
Vivid was less comfortable on, you know? So it'll be definitely... Oh, wait, no, I lied. This is the one that Vivid's less uncomfortable on. Look the other way around.
Can we talk about Alana, like, hitting 31 kills? That's just absolutely insane.
I know. And we've now seen Anna surpass Glitz. They were the sub-in during the second match here in terms of their frags. And, like, I think we just need to see maybe Psyche getting some more, like, benefit out of these aggressive plays that we just saw. Like, we saw them help Fluorescent out into that position when they were to get one, but then they were forced back after getting, like, tapped or dinked. And what else do you think they're talking about over on the side of BFG Sakura? Or sorry, this is Vivid's timeout, isn't it? This is Vivid's timeout, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what do you think they're talking about here, especially after they just won that last round?
I feel like they just really want to ensure that they get this next match point, get it just done and fast. Like, trying to come up with like that ultimate strategy that will like win them series.
Completely understand that, especially because, like we said, defense was the half that they were struggling a little bit more on against this team, against Glitz. And I just want to point out that this best of 3 has had twice as many rounds as... Sorry, I accidentally went off the channel. as the next longest best of 3. And so it's just like amazing. And we are seeing some more aggression this time. And they've definitely changed who was playing on the A site for the side of Vivid. And I think they are just kind of leaving site. So maybe they're setting up to play a retake like we wanted them to in the previous half. Or the first half. But we'll see what they end up doing here now.
Looks like they're unaware of this slight lurk actually coming out of like towards garage so far.
It does look like we see Glitz heading towards grass. Maybe gonna fight Alana here in garage, which we've seen Alana, we know, play window a lot, and I'm hoping Glitz finally realizes this. But it's Kiwi again with the operator in the first blood. How many operator first bloods has Kiwi had? Like 4 or 5 at this point in this half alone, or like this like last second half in the OT now. It's amazing. But either way, it's a 4v5 situation, and they're going to go ahead and get this A-site plant, it looks like, from Castle. Fade Yuto coming out from Heaven, thanks to Aspera, but it's not going to be enough to deny the plant. And now it's going to be a 5v4 retake with them split between Hell. They're basically split everywhere. The Prowler's going to clear out Kiwi. But again, Kiwi's holding with the operator. I hope they don't peek this. That util from Breach and Fade trying to force them, and Anna's able to find Yubi and Kiwi. Psyche able to find Astra. Alana able to find Anna. Castle finds Alana. Dawn finds Castle, and Psyche able to secure the round, the 4v5. And when they take out Dawn. That was just really fast, and I would just had to look straight at the kill feed, and I'm so sad I did not get to see what happened there.
And we're off to another round of overtime. How are you feeling?
I feel like Anna is just like, guys, we gotta stay in this, and so they've like stepped up their kills here, and I feel like Glitz is just kind of, I don't know what, I feel like Glitz is getting a little bit nervous, and they're not shooting as well as they've been doing. Other than that,
I that lurk was risky coming out of Glitz.
Exactly, and like in recent maps, like that lurk has been like beneficial and has paid off, but it just didn't there. Like I said, they're not capitalizing on it as well. But we are seeing here an A garage split. We're gonna see Glitz instead in the position Alana was in the last round of OT here, but we're gonna see them get smoked out by Yubi, as the rest of the team is now kind of making their way over. Anna's able to find Kiwi though. This time, not gonna get that first blood they're searching for, and this time it's on the side of BFG Sakura. And we're going to see them making their way now towards the A site here, using that Prowler from Asper to close any other pressure that might have happened. And kind of just making their way towards the A site, splitting between mainly a lot short. But we are going to see Alana clearing out long, now joined by Dawn here. And I don't think they have smokes up on Heaven yet. We're going to see some Fade Util now come out from Anna Heaven as that UB smoke now comes through. We already have Psyche position CT, and Glitz is already now rotated over. And it looks like it's going to be a premature rotation as the team is now heading. We see Alana and Dawn now heading back towards Garden maybe. But what I'm keeping an eye on, and I feel like you are too, is that we have somebody in spawn right now. We have Fluorescent in spawn.
Yes, absolutely. I feel like Fluorescent is good for like quite a couple of kills right there. Like if they manage to catch it Vivid off guard.
Yeah, their chamber's dead, so they don't have that trademark here as they execute on the A side. Alana's looking for Anna up Heaven, but Anna's able to find Dawn regardless. And Yubi's now positioned Graffiti to hold across the Lana, but I don't think it's gonna be enough here because, like I said, Fluorescent now coming through. They're gonna be able to clear out short with that Yuto, but reveal their position. Aspera now gonna be caught off guard possibly from the flank. 3v1 situation now, and it's gonna be Fluorescent coming through to get the pick off of Aspera and the defuse as well, giving them the point they need on defense, I'd say. Now they just need to repeat what they do on attack.
Yeah, that's flying really like clutch around, I feel. Fluorescent is absolutely clutching it out and like managing the timing on Vivid.
And like I said, this is now where I'd say they're more comfortable, like some BFG Sakura is. And I think they're gonna do another kind of similar hit to what we just saw Vivid do, but maybe better, as they are prematurely smoking off A long to maybe stop Kiwi from getting an first blood. Do they have the operator? Kiwi has the operator. Oh my gosh, what a surprise. And it looks like they have read it correctly, as we now see Kiwi has set up that rendezvous A long. And we're gonna see Psyche not try to peek it this time, but we're gonna see a Prowler from Asper come out from sewers, as the rest of the team now kind of falls back. I don't think they know that that operator's there, and I'm terrified for when that smoke drops. We see the Prowler now go out as well from Asper long to guarantee that someone's there so that we know Kiwi can hold it once that smoke drops. And no, please don't. No, we don't want to see it. I don't want to see Kiwi get another first blood. Come on, guys. And it's actually Glitz with the first blood on Yubi. There it is. Like I said, that lurk that's coming out of Glitz this time paying off, as it now opens up the C site, and we see Castle immediately rotating over and setting up that rendezvous, probably for after they plant. but it's Dawn here on CT that might be able to catch Glitz off through the smoke as they wait for the rest of the team to come up. We're going to see that kind of plant denial come through, hopefully. They're going to stick it looks like, and it's not going to exactly come through. Now we see Psyche. Late on the rotate, we're going to come through as well with Fluorescent, maybe. Glitz getting kind of shot through that wall, just barely missing, is able to get the re-smoke out. But Dawn, again, just kind of there. Alana, making sure nobody comes from flank through grass. They know that Fluorescent's there, and they have that reinforcement as well. But I feel like they need Alana here on site, don't you think, for this retake?
Definitely, but it appears to be that she's really holding it up, waiting for the, like, peek towards me, but oh, there we go.
And there's the timing they needed, but Ana backside finds 2, and finally the Fluorescent flank comes in. Now Asper's left in a 1v2 situation, but the spike is, like, time is ticking, and they're off the spike, and it's Psyche with the satchel to deny, and even if they get this, the time is ticking, and it's BFG Sakura with the win. Oh my gosh. I feel like I could not have asked for more. OT and Sakura still was able to find the win. Oh my gosh, that was just such a chaotic last round.
And such a beautiful paid OT though.
I thought Alana was AFK for a second garage, and then they swung and found castle, but then like they were just too distracted by the people on site, and like they were holding mid-grass for so long. And Fluorescent, if they had moved a second earlier, I feel like that run would have gone very differently if Alana had not died.
BFG did manage to pull it off this, so I'm very satisfied with the outcome of his OT. It was incredibly close.
Exactly. Alana almost dropping 40 kills. It was 34-20. And then Ana stepping it up to almost get 30 on Fade was just impressive.
Yeah, this match pretty much just like completely changed my opinion on Phoenix.
This is very true, and I hope it's changed some people's minds on Astra. Obviously, Glitz was doing very well, 23-24. Like, they did, like, slow down a little bit towards the end of the game, but ultimately they were a big force for their team. We saw them playing their post-play at util very well. That Cosmic Divide coming in clutch to get them on sites with the clock ticking. I think Psyche also tried, like, you liked watching their movement diff.
Yes, absolutely. I love race players.
Exactly. I think they found their momentum towards the end of the game, and, like, what else do you think kind of stood out to you, even though we won't see them anymore in the tournament, but what else do you think stood out maybe the next time we'll see this team in a tournament?
Honestly, I really would like love how to watch like these teams versus like girls, since I really don't think they'd be backing up of like the OCE female and non-binary scene anytime soon, so we'll be seeing them more often, definitely.
Exactly. I think all of these members have a place to grow here very, very soon. And like Fluorescent didn't do too well in map 3, they were 11-18. But I definitely feel like in the past 2 maps, they were a big force for them. I think just like maybe Breach isn't their strongest initiator compared to some of the others. But either way, like they'll do great things, I'm sure. Like I said, Anna coming into the map 2 sub and popping off this hard to basically carry them to OT, I feel like, in that last map was very impressive. And yeah, I can't wait for the grand finals tomorrow. I hope it's just as close.
Absolutely, same here.
Are you
really excited
that?
to watch ASAP play again? Yes.
Ooh, then you're gonna have fun. I would definitely I would try to tune in, that or I'll watch the VOD. I don't know how I feel about another 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. shift just to watch the stream, but either way, I cannot wait for it. It'll be, like you said, it'll be ASAP versus Kit Bash here, which played these 2 teams that we saw today, and each of them respectively lost to them. So it's definitely gonna be more competitive or more, like, precise gunplay than we saw here. But this was pretty precise alone. But I'm definitely looking forward to it. And thank you again, Soji, for jumping in to go ahead and finish out this series with me. And I don't think I'll be on tomorrow, so it's been a pleasure casting the Agents of Artemis tournament. And I hope you guys have a great night.
Thank you so much, Libby. It was great casting with you.
Thank you. You as well. All right. Bye.
Bye.